Call the meeting to order. It's 1:03. Good afternoon and welcome to the April 20th, 2022 City Council meeting. We acknowledge we are on the traditional lands of the Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. The City of Regina owes its strength and vibrancy to these lands and the diverse Indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory, as well as settlers from around the world who continue to be welcomed here and call Regina home. Some members of council and city administration are attending the meeting today through teleconferencing. I'd remind you to please ensure your video camera and microphone are turned off. If a member of council wishes to speak, use the raised hand function to be placed in the speaking queue. And when speaking, remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. All votes will be conducted with a recorded vote. Some delegations will be attending the meeting today through teleconferencing as well to address council on various items on the agenda. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I move the agenda with the following adjustment. That item CR 22-49, review of minimum parking requirements, be brought forward in Q3 of 2022 until such time that administration can prepare a supplementary report that includes the 1 versus 1.5 versus 0 parking restriction impacts on greenfield new areas that was mistakenly omitted from item CR 22-49.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes for the March 30th, 2022 meeting and the April 1st, 2022 special meeting of City Council? I'll take anyone at this point. Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, seconded by Councillor Hawkins. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Any opposed? Carried. We will move on to the tabled public hearing, public notice bylaws and related reports. We'll consider bylaw 2022-23, the wastewater and stormwater amendment bylaw 2022 that was tabled from the March 30th meeting of City Council. I will turn it over to Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak to do the first reading of the bylaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaw 2022-23 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
This is Councillor Moll. I'm in favor.
Thank you, sir. Councillor Shaw, are you able to vote via the system?
I think she might be having problems logging in. Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0 with Councillor Shaw temporarily away from the meeting.
Thank you to the clerks. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2022-23 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
In favor, Councillor Moll.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0 with Councillor Shaw temporarily away from the meeting.
Thank you. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do consent for third reading?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mole, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2022-23 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Councillor Mole's vote. Oh, Councillor Mole. Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0 with Councillor Shaw temporarily away from the meeting.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaw 2022-23 be read a third time.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
This is Counselor Mole in favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council will now consider the following bylaws that require a public hearing: 2022-22, 24, 28. I will turn it over to Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak to do the first readings.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2022-22, 2022-24, and 2022-28 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Clerk, can you start the vote?
In favor, Counselor Mole.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0.
Thanks very much. I'd call upon the city clerk to speak to the public hearing portion of the bylaws, please.
As required by legislation, the following bylaws require a public hearing. They are as follows. Bylaw number 2022-22, Design Regina, the official community plan amendment bylaw 2022 number 3, to amend the Design Regina official community plan bylaw by adding the El Ritchie neighborhood land use plan in Part B secondary plans. Bylaw number 2022-24, the Regina Water Amendment Bylaw 2022 amends the Regina Water Bylaw 8942 to update definitions, add mandatory replacement of lead service connection, and allows for equalization of payment to the city for the lead service connection replacements on the owner's lead service connection. And lastly, bylaw number 2022-28, the Regina Administration Amendment Bylaw 2022 to amend the bylaw to allow for a penalty reduced payment plan and reduced penalties, as well as changes to the tax installment payment plan provisions relating to the property tax deferrals under the property tax deferral program for lead service connection, for the lead service connection replacement program.
Thank you to the clerk.
I will ask at this time if there's anyone interested in addressing council on any of these bylaws. I see none.
Thank you to the clerk. Sorry to jump in on you there. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2022-22, 2022-24, and 2022-28 be read a second time.
Thank you. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
In favor, Counselor Mole.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
I move, seconded by Counselor Brasciani, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-22, 2022-24, and 2022-28 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you very much. Clerk, could I ask that you please start the vote? Counselor Mole?
Surrey, in favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, can you please do the final reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Counselor Findura, that bylaws 2022-22, 2022-24, and 2022-28 be read a third time.
Thank you very much. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
In favor, Council Mole.
That's the final reading.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0.
Thanks very much. We'll now consider item CM 22-13, Northeast Boundary Alteration. I'll ask the clerk to speak to this report.
As required by legislation, the following matter requires a public hearing. Item CM 22-13, Northeast Boundary Alteration, is in relation to council's intention to bring approximately 1,188 acres of land as outlined in Appendix A, proposed boundary alteration, into the city through a boundary alteration application. Public notice was advertised in the Leader Post for 2 consecutive weeks, posted on the city website and distributed to the RM, and affected school boards pursuant to the requirements of the Cities Act. No objection was received in response to the initial notice of intent. I will ask if there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to address City Council on this matter. There appears to be no one, Mayor Masters.
Thanks very much to the clerk. Could I have a member of administration introduce this report? Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So as stated by the city clerk, this application for boundary alteration would result in approximately 1,188 acres of city land that are in the northeast of the city to be brought within the city limits under boundary alteration. This land is related to economic development initiatives that are occurring in the northeast that require city servicing. And this is just the recommendations in this report lead us to the next steps in the process with respect to boundary alteration and will allow that process to continue forward expeditiously.
Thank you, sir. Can I get a mover on this report? Thank you, Councillor Manzanelli, and seconder. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Do any members of council have any questions on the report? Seeing there's no questions, I will ask the clerk to start the vote.
This is Councillor Mole, in favor.
This is Counselor Shaw, and I'm in the boardroom, but I have the vote icon come up.
It says that she's.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. Your vote did show up in favor.
Okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you to the clerks. Council, moving on to communications. We have communications on item CR 22-38. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communication CP 22-5, 22-6, and 22-7? Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Can I get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll call the question. Any opposed to the receive and file of the communications? Carried. We will now consider item CR 22-38, Clean Communities. This item was tabled at our March 30th, 2022 City Council meeting, and a special meeting was called for April 14th for council to consider this item. City Council heard from Delegation Orion Paradis on April 14th, but due to technical difficulties, the report was tabled to today's meeting. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can I have you please introduce this report?
Sorry, I'm not exactly sure what to say, considering that it was tabled due to technical difficulties. I don't know if I have anything else to add beyond what you've already said, Mayor Masters.
Thanks, Councillor Zakidniak. Can we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. The floor is open for discussion. Any questions from members of council? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this. I'll leave it to others to deal with service option 1. I wish to address enforcement option 2, and I wish to propose an amendment to that enforcement option. I've distributed it to council. It should show up on the screen as well. Council will recall that at the executive committee meeting, there was a discussion around the enforcement options that were presented in the memo. There was concern expressed that a 2 to 3 month time period for an enforcement option was too long. As a result, the administration gave an undertaking to go back and look at the enforcement option with a view to decreasing that time. The administration, Mr. Onrait, provided an answer to the undertaking which did that. The motion I am proposing that's before you, the amendment that I'm proposing that's before you, incorporates the undertaking that the administration provided to us. I'll very briefly set out what the amendment states. The first section deals with the effort to ensure that there is appropriate digitization and tracking software that can be used with ticket issuing. This was to get rid of the idea that we currently use Excel spreadsheets. This is a request for software to be introduced. The use of that software has been debated in this council for a number of years. This amendment requires that to be done expeditiously. The next part of the motion deals with the procedure to be followed for the issuance of a notice of violation ticket. Very briefly, initially a cart will be tagged and a letter will be sent out to the property owner. That will be followed by a solid waste staff member returning on the next regularly scheduled pickup day to ascertain the situation. If the original infraction is continuing or there's a subsequent infraction, a second tag will be placed on the bin, and evidence will be collected, and a notice of violation will be issued. It's estimated that this will take between 2 or 3 weeks instead of 2 or 3 months. And then finally, there's a voluntary payment amounts. The amendment raises them all by $50 to $150 for the first violation, $200 for the second, and $250 for the third and subsequent violation tickets. Through you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Onrait may wish to comment on this, and others, of course, will have comments, and I'll need a seconder.
Councillor LeBlanc, you're seconding? Thank you, sir. Mr. Onrait?
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. So the amendment outlined by Councillor Hawkins is acceptable with administration, and we can proceed with the direction from council.
Thank you, Mr. Onrait. We are dealing with the amendment right now. Councillor Stevens, did you wish to speak to the amendment? Please go ahead.
Do you need a seconder as well?
No. Councillor LeBlanc seconded.
Okay, great. I guess to administration, can you walk us through how this will address, one, the problem, and secondly, problem properties that are repeat offenders?
Through Your Worship. I'll start, and then I'll ask a couple of others to add their comments. So I think now when it comes to the enforcement piece of enforcing overloaded garbage containers, having garbage beside those containers. Administration has no real clout to be able to do that in a meaningful way. So we do see repeat offenders often. When it comes to the actual properties, there is enforcement action on properties. But I'm going to ask Mr. Weary to comment on the property piece of the bylaw.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's correct. Mr. Onright, there's two options here that one that relates to the waste management bylaw and offenses under that bylaw. And then there's also the community standards bylaw, which is focused on offenses that take place on private property, not on the roadway. So it's important for council to keep those two separate. There's different remedies that we can use for private property that are not available to the city on public property. So to the extent that we already have powers to ticket on private property, we already have powers in the community standards bylaw to remedy violations through compliance orders and then getting a contractor to clean up the property and then adding it to the tax account of the offending property owner. Those continue. We've heard clearly from council the expectation that the enforcement of some of these repeat violations happens in a more timely fashion and quicker. So we will endeavor to do that on private property. As Mr. Onright has said, on public property, we will have to use some of our own services to remedy the problem of loose garbage and that occurring on an ongoing basis. There has to be a partial service response to that. There is some enforcement that we can do as well, but we're a little bit more limited in what we can do. But certainly for some of those violations, ticketing can be used if people are not following the requirements of the waste management program for placing carts, not overloading them and things of that nature.
Thank you. Through the chair, a second question. From a resident's perspective, one of the frustrations they experience is they see a problem, they have to call, they have to identify a property. The perception is it's very sluggish, it's very reactive. Can you talk about how this process will streamline both the identification of the problem and the resolution? So talk specifically about the proactive nature of enforcement that's embedded within these changes, if you could, please.
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship, I'm going to ask Mr. Kaleem to walk through the process on the waste management bylaw on the collection side.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So my apologies, could you repeat the question for me?
So from a resident's perspective, how does this process become more streamlined and more proactive in terms of identifying a problem and then resolving it?
Thanks. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the proactive nature of our operation we would have operators that report back on debris issues that we see, especially if there's waste delivery, provided down that alley. So part of the problem we have now is without a notice of violation process or a ticketing process, we can't do much more than basically tag the cart. So the primary difference with these types of changes would be that we could, escalate to a ticketing type process, which would obviously would hopefully have compliance going forward, but it would also be able to get voluntary compliance if people know that there's a possibility that they can be ticketed. So in terms of proactive nature, we would focus on where we have high debris and focus on, areas that our staff are going anyway. We would also be reactive in the case of service requests if there's people that call in with issues, as you mentioned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stanachuk, I believe you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the mayor, I also want to have some clarification on what would be considered a violation. There's been some discussion in the media that leaving your cart out on the street or in the back lane would be a violation. Is that one of the violations that would be ticketed through the mayor?
Mr. Onrait.
Through you, Mayor Masters. So the main focus of this and the reason for increasing the enforcement is on overloaded garbage carts and garbage beside the garbage carts. So the litter that we see, this is not about going out and ticketing every second resident because they, for whatever reason, have left a cart out. There's a lot of different circumstances when people do leave carts out. They may have a neighbor that set the cart out, they may be away on vacation, but the real issue is the amount of debris that is left either in the garbage cart, leaving it overflowing, or beside the garbage cart, which leaves a very unsightly mess in a neighborhood. We intend, as Mr. Kaleem has indicated, hopefully you get voluntary compliance. But in terms of seeing repeat offenders, we will move forward with tickets to try to change the behavior and clean up the neighborhoods.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I support this amendment. 3 clarifying questions with respect to it. So we've had some discussion about repeat offenders, essentially. So my first question is, how often do we anticipate the city being willing to issue a ticket? So let's say we go through the very good proposal here, we issue a ticket, and then the next week it looks like it did prior. Would we issue an additional ticket at that point? Would we wait several months? So the first question is, how often are we willing to ticket individuals who don't comply with the rules?
Through you, Mayor Masters. I don't know if I can give you a definitive answer, but what I can say is our operators will pretty much know where repeat offenders are, and we will deal with them accordingly. The intent, as I indicated earlier, is not to go out and hand tickets out to every second resident in the city of Regina. The intent is to work towards what we have heard from council and from many of the residents in a few neighborhoods is to, move and let's get them cleaned up. And that's what our intention would be.
Thank you. Second question through you, Mayor Masters, is just to confirm. My understanding right now is that the ticketing contemplated in this proposal could apply to garbage or litter outside of a bin as well as a mess within it. I just want to confirm that that's right. If there's litter behind my property but not in the bin, that would be offside of the bylaw, and that's the sort of thing that could get ticketed also. Is that accurate through you, Madam Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll maybe ask Mr. Kaleem just to verify whether or not. So just so I understand this correctly, you're referring to any debris behind a property or debris around a garbage collection cart?
I suppose through you, Mayor Masters, more so around a garbage collection. So as a hypothetical, I have 3 bags of open garbage directly beside my garbage bins. Can that lead to a ticket? Is the question.
Through you, Mayor Masters, that would be a ticketable offense.
Okay, thank you. Fourth question popped up. Councillor Hawkins' motion references, and I support at point C, this second tag will report to, go to the property owner's location, take photos and so on. So we've heard some varying responses to whether we ought to be ticketing the property owner or any tenant who might live there. I suppose my clarifying question through you, Mayor Masters, is perhaps from bylaw, is it easier to enforce a ticket against a property or a tenant, or is it equally easy to do those two things?
Mayor Masters, you typically will enforce against the property owner because it is very difficult for us to identify who the tenant of the property is. We always are able through a land title search to be able to determine who the owner of the property is. So most of the offenses that we proceed with or cleanup orders that we do are usually directed to the property owner. And then if they don't comply with that, in some cases on private property, we will go in, clean up the property, and then bill the property owner's tax account. And if we were to proceed with charges on top of that, then we would typically charge the owner of the property as the party primarily liable for the offense. If we were able to confirm the identity of a tenant, there might be in unusual situations we could charge an individual tenant, but in most cases we are proceeding against the property owner.
Thank you. And then finally, Councillor Hawkins' motion would increase the quantum of the notice of violation, 150, 200, 250. Yes, I take it that number goes up because it's thought 150 didn't get you on the straight and narrow, maybe 200 will, maybe 250 will. I suppose my question to administration is 250 high enough to deter people who have done this 3 times? And relatedly, might we push that up at some point if we see people doing 4th, 5th, 6th times? Through you, Mayor Masters.
Through you, Mayor Masters. What I will say, once this change is implemented through Waste Plan Regina, we bring an annual report back, and I would see us coming back with, if this is not having the impact that we anticipated, that would be a further discussion when we bring the annual report back.
Great. Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Thanks very much, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thanks. I don't know if my question's pertinent to the amendment on the floor, but I'd like to ask about illegal dumping, the ability to prosecute over it, the ability to collect video evidence of photographs or videos, and how we can treat that. I notice part of this motion has to do with software, so that's why I'm just asking it now and to see if it's pertinent time to bring it up.
For illegal dumping, if we can confirm the identity of the person who's dumping, then we can potentially proceed with a charge for illegal dumping. Probably the most effective way for us, if it's illegal dumping involving a vehicle, if we can get photos of what's been dumped and also a photo of the car and the license plate number, then we can follow up with the owner of that car and advise them that their car has been involved in illegal dumping, and look for them to either collect what was illegally dumped or to compensate the city for having to clean up the mess that that vehicle has caused. So that's the way we would currently do it now. We don't typically proceed with charges, but if we can identify the owner of the vehicle that's involved in the dumping, then we will contact them. That's the current process. So certainly to answer your question, Councillor, if we can get some evidence of what was dumped and from the vehicle from which it was dumped, then that is something that we can use to follow up.
Okay, just to make sure I got it straight, we have the recycling bins on the end of Courtney and Sherwood. Someone goes and dumps a mattress there. Someone snaps a picture on their cell phone of the license plate and the person unloading the mattress. They can submit that to you. You can take that information in. You can start enforcement action from that picture, and they can be a good citizen and get their neighborhood cleaned up. That's a doable action. We have the necessary software and manpower to follow through with that.
Our ability to receive photographs and evidence of that nature, I believe would have to go through Service Regina. And I think we need to up our game on the technology side in order to make that more efficient and user-friendly for members of the public that want to report these things. So I think there's still some work to be done, Councillor.
Okay, so as part of this amendment, they talk about a software change in the department. With the software change, would this be one of the achievements we're trying to undertake with the software? Do I need to modify the motion to make sure we capture that? Or can that be done if this is passed through your change in software currently, how it's laid out?
Mayor Masters, a motion's not necessary. We're on this as part of the requirements development for the CRM program that is being worked on right now. So this will be part of that. No need to bring a motion on this specific point.
That satisfies me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. In regards to the parking tickets, how do we ensure that these tickets actually get paid compared to, similar to our parking, where we've had over $500,000 in parking tickets that have not been paid? So how would we enforce this? So it's one to ticket, but how do we ensure that they're paid? Through the chair.
Mr. Ray, Mr. Unruh.
Parking, ticketing, it relies on voluntary compliance to pay the ticket. If people don't pay the ticket, then it will be up to the administration to escalate the response to that. So similar to what happens with parking, the ticket that gets issued is a voluntary payment amount. If you pay within a certain amount of time, it's this amount. If you don't, then it goes up. And then if you don't pay the second amount, then a summons is issued and the court process starts. That would be something similar that we would have to do here. If the ticket is not paid, it's up to administration to follow up and escalate it to the next level. And so, in answer to how many of these tickets we would issue, I don't think we'll be issuing a great multiplicity of tickets if people aren't paying. We'll have records of whether someone has previously paid or not. We won't just endlessly issue tickets if people aren't going to voluntarily pay them, and then we will, in the case of serious violators, we'll have to escalate and potentially bring them forward to bylaw court with charge. But again, that is it's not a money-making process, bringing things to court. So I think we'd have to be somewhat selective in which ones we would proceed to court on. Probably be targeting the chronic violators first.
Okay, I would appreciate if that would come back also in our yearly report, in the annual report, as to if tickets are being paid or if there is tickets not being paid, because I think that's something that it's one thing to enforce ticketing, but if we're not actually collecting the dollars, it's really doing nothing. So I want to ensure that we have data that would come back in the annual report for us to be able to see. Is that something that administration will report back on in a year?
Yes.
Thank you. In regards to the bins, we talked about, and Councillor Mancinelli talked a little bit about the cameras. When someone gets a ticket, parking ticket, they take a picture of your car, how close it is from the curb. If you're not within the 6 inches, you get a ticket. So is the same where we're going to actually have a photograph? So if court or whatever, we've got the evidence, is that going to be part of this? To the chair.
Madam Mayor, that could be part of it. That is a special type of ticketing software that is only used for parking violations, and it works very well because once a ticket is issued and the owner of the vehicle is notified, they can go on the city's website and look at the evidence. So it is a very effective method, but the software that we currently have, which is in the process of being replaced, is only used currently for parking ticketing. But something similar might be, I think, I can't say for certain that right now, but I think that's something we need to look at for other types of violations, because it is a cost-effective way of managing the information and also making it disclosable to the offenders as well. So we will certainly look at that.
So in that, would you need a motion in order to consider that? Because I do think that there is a very a big piece of learning for people when they actually get a ticket, and if it's followed up, if they can actually go to see the garbage, that it's not just, I think it's very important. I think part of that would also be, what is the cost of that? Do we know what the cost would be for that? To the chair.
Madam Mayor, I don't have the the cost of that now, but to answer Councillor's original question, we will make sure that in developing the requirements for any of these software applications, that will be costed out. And if we can acquire it, we will, because we've seen how effective it is in other types of enforcement. So definitely no need for a motion on that. We will be seeking to purchase as much as we can in terms of capabilities to use technology to help us with our enforcement efforts. So,
Thank you. The last question is in regards to the bins. I just want to be clear now. I know we're honing in on more of the inner city, but littering and garbage is a concern for every area, and they want a clean neighborhood. So I want to ask about bins that just sit there, do not move off the street or off the sidewalk or on the edge, half on the sidewalk and half on their grass. That's it. It's something that is happening. What is this going to then be able to, if someone does call or emails Service Regina and ask bylaw to go out, if those bins are not moved, will they be ticketed? Through the chair.
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So that is one piece in the waste management bylaw. We would be looking again for repeat offenders. I believe the bylaw is the bins need to be on your property, not on public space. And we would deal with service requests as they came in, and that'll be dealt with through our waste management group. I'll ask Mr. Kaleem if he has anything further to add.
Through your Mayor Masters, the only thing I might add is an infraction for a cart being left out wouldn't be readily apparent to an operator because the carts should be out for an operator to collect. So we would need a separate team to be able to go out there on different bases. So that's the only thing I would add to Mr. Onright's comments.
Thank you. So just for clarity through the chair, if a resident had emailed and said the carts, down this street are out all the time and stay out or not moved, for not just on pickup, like they literally just stay out, then bylaw would then go out. Is that accurate? And ticket.
Through your worship, that is correct. Our waste management group, what we would ask for to be done is called into Service Regina, identify the addresses or street, and we would have waste management team individual go out and have a look at it, and enforcement would move forward if required.
Thank you. Last question I have is regarding placement of bins. And do we have a bylaw or somewhere in the bylaw that talks about the actual placement of bins as we move to going into a third bin? Is there, other cities have a policy for placement of bins, because the city can get very, very run down looking with multiple bins and all over the place, especially with tiny yards and no place to store them. So is there something in place for bin storage? Through the chair.
Through your worship, I'll ask Ms. Aird to comment as her team has done some research on this.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, with cart placement on the property, there's rules around cart placement when you put it out for collection. And then all the bylaw requires in terms of on your property, it has to be secured on your property after collection and not left out after a specific period of time. That is fairly consistent with other municipalities. We haven't come across a municipality that specifies where on the property or specifies requirements for cart storage.
Okay, thank you. Have we looked at Edmonton? Through the chair.
Sorry, what was that?
Sorry, have we looked at what Edmonton does or Calgary does for cart storage as in placement? Through the chair.
We do have them. I just have to see if I have it. I don't have it on this sheet and I can't remember off the top of my head, but I don't recall it being different than what we found across unless they changed something recently, but we can look into that.
Thank you. So I support the amendment from Councillor Hawkins, and I would ask that the cart placement for now that we're looking into 3 bins is vitally important. And so I'm wondering if, should I wait for this question until we approve the amendment and then go back to this, Mayor Masters?
Yes, that would be my recommendation, Councillor
Thank you.
Bresciani.
I'll leave it there. Thank you very much. I support this.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I support the idea of cleaning up our city, and I could support the amendment, but I do not support just the violation going to the property owner. It does, to me, it doesn't make total sense to clean up. I mean, if I'm renting, Mayor Masters, and nothing touches me, what stops me from doing what I'm doing all the time, and all it means is costs the owner of the property money. So then what that means is he has to put that towards higher rents, and things just escalate from there. So, and I heard the comment that because we don't know who the tenants are, we don't know who. Yes, we do. We have a lot of knowledge that we know where the owner lives, what property he rents. We have taxation and all kinds of things. We have social services. We have rentalsmen, and I'm not quite clear why are we only going partial way, because I don't believe, and I see the pictures, and I've been to alleys. We won't be able to clean up. So I'm struggling with just seeing property owner on A, B, C, and all that. It's not sitting comfortable with me.
Councillor Fundura, do you have a question for administration?
I am. So can we? I mean, I heard them saying that they can't find who their tenants are. I'm not seeing it that is correct. There's always a way of. So why can't we find who the owners are, or the tenants are, and deal with both, not just one?
Mr. Onright or Mr. Weary?
Through you, Your Worship. I'll start and then Mr. Weary can add. So the one thing we do know, as Mr. Weary has pointed out, is who the owner of the property is. What we don't know is who lives in the property. We do not have access to social services identification information. So it would be very difficult. And in a lot of properties, the property turnover can be monthly. So the one stable environment we have is the owner of the property, and the responsibility for the owner is for the tenants they are renting to. So, I mean, I'll finish with that. Mr. Weary can add his comments.
Mr. Onright is correct. Some of the examples that the councillor is using, I don't believe that we have access to some of those government databases, like the rentalsman's office, social services, for enforcement purposes that I'm aware of. So the one place we could ask is, and on occasion I have seen getting a warrant to obtain the lease agreement from the landlord. But again, that's a fairly labor-intensive process, and we would only want to do that in extreme circumstances. Our recommendation continues to be that the primary liability for these types of offenses is on the owner of the property. From an efficiency standpoint, from a sort of a legal framework standpoint, and just from a practical standpoint of it gives us the greatest range of remedies for enforcement.
Okay, Mayor Masters, so I will reserve my vote, I guess, on the amendment, and there'll be more chances to speak on the main motion, on the main agenda item. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Shaw.
Sorry, kind of along the lines of Councillor Fundura, I'm having a concern with the owners, and I know people that are owners of houses that rent to people, and I understand that it's the owner's responsibility to take care of the yard, same with the sidewalks. We just passed that bylaw. My concern though too is, and I've seen this in my back alley, people coming along and dumping over my garbage to find stuff in it. Yes, I go out and pick it up and so on and so forth, but when does the onus, like, I'm just struggling with the fact that if you have a back alley that is constantly getting overturned by people walking down the back alley of the garbage, how can we keep finding the owners when it's not even them or their tenants that are doing it, through the chair?
Gentlemen?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So our waste management team through Service Regina will always suggest residents put their garbage out the morning of collection, not the day before, and put their garbage bins away at the end of the day or sometime during the day. I think when you put your garbage out the morning of collection, you eliminate part of that problem. Dumping, people driving down back alleys and dumping debris, as Mr. Weary has indicated, we need solid evidence to be able to move forward with charges. That one is a little more difficult to manage, but I think through the focus of these conversations, our waste management team will carry forward with the direction from council to see what improvements we can make in these neighborhoods and clean them up.
Ray, go ahead.
Just one other point to add to what Mr. Onrait has said. I just want to make clear that on some of these properties where there are ongoing problems, we will connect both with, while there may be primary responsibility for the property owner, we will engage with tenants as well to try and reinforce the importance of following the rules. So even if they're not the ones primarily on the hook, we do communicate with them to try and get the message through as well, because we understand that sometimes this is the people that are occupying the property have a role here too.
Thank you for that, and I understand this is it's a tough situation. What's the right answer? We don't know. I guess trial and error will detect. Another question just to follow up. So say if I own an apartment building and I have the big dumpsters in the backs for my tenants and other people are dumping mattresses or whatever in there, if I put up a camera in the back and that camera detects a person or a vehicle or anything, this will be handled through the city as in ticketing. Is that correct? Or would this be a police matter?
Mr. Weary?
I think that would still be a ticketing matter. There might be the rare occasion when something goes to the point of being a criminal offense, but that, I think it's fairly rare that we would refer things of this nature to police for investigation.
So it would be up to the homeowner or the owner of the property to install cameras, and then those cameras take a picture of whatever they can have and then send that to the city. Am I correct in kind of how that's going out through the chair?
That would be useful evidence, video evidence. It would be useful evidence if it shows a violation of our bylaws, certainly.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I see no further questions from council. I do have a couple, although I think you just answered it, Mr. Weary. Oh, I apologize. Councillor Vendura, we're still on the amendment. You've already spoken? On the amendment, I actually share the concern about, let's pretend that a corporation owns 15 rental properties here in the city. We're not only going to communicate with the property owner in terms of the notice of violation, that would be left with the tenancy of the home where we believe the violation has occurred at the same time. Did I have that correct in terms of your response to either Councillor Vendura or Councillor Shaw's question?
Through your worship, that is correct.
More broadly, what does success look like? We're going to get a report a year from now. So what does success look like? What do we measure this against?
Through your worship. So we will be collecting data. We pretty much know where problem areas are. So success, I believe, will be improvements in those areas as we move forward with the direction from this amendment. I think the information that we currently have gives us a good baseline. We do know the areas where the problem exists. And moving forward, we will see a cleaner community.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Would you like to close off debate?
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you for the questions and for the responses. I believe that this enforcement mechanism will represent a substantial improvement over the current situation. I think that while not perfect, it will show us how we can clean up litter and bins in alleys. I also believe that as the report comes back yearly, we will understand where improvements can be made and where more attention has to be paid. I ask council support for this. I also want to thank the administration. They clearly heard council's concern the last time we debated this, and in a very proactive way and a very quick way provided what I think is a useful solution, and that's what's captured in this amendment. So I'd ask for your support. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Clerk, can I ask that you please call the vote? Council, to be clear, you're voting on the amendment as introduced by Councillor Hawkins.
Councillor Moll in favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the amendment carries 10-1, with 9 members voting in favor and the following member voting against, Councillor Shaw.
Okay, all good. All right, going back to the main motion, Councillor Stevens, I believe you're up.
Great, thank you. I think there's 2 parts to addressing this issue. One is education and enforcement. We've handled that. The other is service levels. I'll get right to the point. I put an amendment on the floor. Amber should have it. I apologize if I didn't send it again. The amendment is that the city extend the spring cleanup program into the fall of 2022 at a cost of $125,000. I can explain the details. I just need a seconder.
Councillor LeBlanc is your seconder.
Great, thank you. So the $125,000 was outlined in a memo to council. We currently have a spring cleanup program. It expires, as the title suggests, in the spring. The spirit of this is that it extends into the summer and into the fall. Fall defined by when it snows and we can't clean up crap anymore. I would look to administration for financing. My understanding is that $125,000 can be found in the budget. However, if this needs to come from a reserve, specifically a reserve related to waste management, I look for guidance. Does this need to come from a reserve, or is variance sufficient?
Councillor Mr. Onright, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we would suggest it just be a variance in the 2022. Information from this collection program would come forward in Q4 as a report and follow-up. There's another pilot project being done through Ms. Shaley's area. That report is due to come, I believe, Q4-ish of 2022. We bring information from this process forward, and if there were budget requirements, we would bring that as a conversation for the 23-24 budget.
Perfect, thank you. So I see that no further change to this is required. I'll go on with a couple of background points. The mayor mentioned that dealing with this issue isn't just an aesthetic question, it is one that aligns with community well-being strategy. I would also point to the official community plan, the underutilized land strategy, the North Central Neighborhood Plan, and the North Central Community Action Plan, among other policy documents that highlight the need for this kind of service. Those strategies go back almost a decade now. So this particular problem isn't new, nor is the request for some action. The other point here is that we certainly need service levels to meet demand. I think there was an argument that while we have a service level, it applies to the whole city. There's an equity in that. I would argue that we still need service levels to match a particular need. The existing standard is not sufficient given the scope of the problem in particular communities. And we actually do have a variety of services that are specific and tailored to particular problems. So I hear that there is going to be a report that comes forward and that there will be consideration in the 2023 budget process. In terms of an undertaking attached to that, my service expectations here are that the program will pick up couches, mattresses, refrigerators, large items, but also could conduct a sweep of the area to pick up loose litter associated with the problem. Is that a fair assumption, Mr. Onrait?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Would it be also reasonable to expect that the city and this service would be responsive to requests to clean up needles and other biohazardous waste that constitutes a public health issue?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we have a number of ways to deal with that. If this specific team is in that in a neighborhood and there are needles in large amounts, they would be trained to deal with that.
Okay, thank you. Is it reasonable that within 24 hours of a problem being identified, this crew will be notified and could be out to resolve the problem within, I don't know, a week, week and a half?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to ask Mr. Kaleem to add comment, but within a reasonable amount of time, definitely.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I just want to make sure I understand your question. Would we be able to respond to a debris service request within a week? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And the problem resolved in a week, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the problem resolved in terms of the debris that was reported picked up, not necessarily an underlying issue that may cause the genesis of more
Absolutely.
debris.
Thank you. The other expectation as an undertaking in the report is that if there's a need to extend the geographic scope of this based on service requests, visible problems, that would be considered as we go into the 2023 budget. Right now, we're talking about Heritage and North Central predominantly, but if we're seeing the problem expanding or retracting, we could deploy it elsewhere. Also, if we need extended service attached to this program, that would be considered as well. So we have all the information at our disposal when we're thinking about the 2023 budget. That's all I have for now. I welcome comments from colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Zakidniak. Oh, I apologize, Councillor Fundura. Speaking to the amendment?
So we on an amendment?
Now we're on an amendment.
No, I'll leave it on for the main. I
Thank
didn't
you.
realize that Councillor Stevens is going to bring something else here.
Councillor Mancinelli to the amendment?
I have a question through the chair. With this amendment, looking at the history of Central Regina, some of the news articles it's made and its reputation, I can see the investment worthwhile. But is this a long-term program ongoing or an attempt to catch up and re-educate for better outcomes in the future? How do you view this going forward? Through the chair. To the movement.
Councillor Stevens?
This is an extension of a program we have, and it responds to a particular problem. So for instance, mattresses that we otherwise don't have a service to collect, they're ridden with bed bugs, we might deploy a service to come pick this up. Something that might not be picked up already by a community cleanup initiative. The idea here is that we address a need until that need is no longer required. But if it's council's wish in the future to see this as a base city service where we'll have a curbside pickup for these large items, I would say we keep that as a separate conversation, but this is a response to a very serious need in particular communities, and it should continue until that need is no longer required.
Okay, do you have any thoughts on trained behavior of dumping that this might incur from people looking at a portion of the city with extra rights towards disposal and thereby thinking it can be their dumping ground? Do you have any thoughts towards that?
I think about it all the time. We know that, to be perfectly blunt, North Central is treated as a dump by people outside of that community. I know I have plenty of accounts to back that up. We know that when the community association hosted its own drop-off initiative with giant bins, people would scramble to go to North Central that could otherwise afford to take it to the dump as they should, because it was free, it was promoted, and there is a problem. So I believe in the landfill diversion initiatives that we've supported, administration has talked about. The reality in this community is that there is an issue and that will not be resolved. The other is an income question. Many people, if we have a community with a lot of turnover, and that doesn't have to do with, you know, a poor neighborhood. If you have a lot of people moving in and moving out, this is going to be an issue. Lower income people, people without a truck, can't actually pick this up and take it to the dump. So in some respect, we're meeting people where they're at from a socioeconomic standpoint that otherwise can't make a choice to take it to the dump or to dispose of it with existing services. I understand the concern, and I think the enforcement question is important to prevent people from saying North Central has this service, I'm going to dump my garbage there. I wish I had the silver bullet. I don't. I think what we're doing is we're trying to piece together a puzzle that is a solution.
Appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Councillor Zakiniak, I think I got this right this time.
Thank you. So I support this amendment. I don't represent North Central. I don't live there. I've spent significant amounts of time there throughout the years due to previous work. And heritage, I know how bad the problem is in those areas. I think that we need a targeted approach to address the ongoing concern in relation to garbage in both areas. That requires changes to service levels and enforcement. And I think I don't know if this will be sufficient to address the problems, but I think it's a good step. And I would like to be part of a council that sees significant improvement in these areas. And I'm happy to support the initiatives by councillors to address these concerns. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Councillor Stanichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, I don't have any questions on this. I'll just say that I am in support of this amendment. We have a number of major events coming to our city that are going to be centered around, not far from North Central and in the downtown area, which is where hotels are located, not far from Heritage neighborhood. I think we want to put on a good show for these major events, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, the Grey Cup, possibly the World Juniors, but then again, snow will be on the ground. But we want to have clean neighborhoods when we have visitors come to our city. And as Councillor Stevens also pointed out, these are neighborhoods where there is a high social economic need. And it is, I think it completely fits into our community safety and wellness plan. So we want to make our city more attractive. We don't want to have garbage, and more as garbage is dumped, it attracts more garbage. So I support this. I think it will be very important for residents in the neighborhoods that are affected by dumping and garbage bin sorters. And it will be important for our city to have this kind of a cleanup.
Thank you, Councillor Stanichuk. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So one of the areas that I think is very important is that I think every area deserves, I believe, a spring cleanup, not just North Central or downtown or whatever. I think every community deserves that because we have wind in this city and it blows garbage everywhere. So in new areas, you're going to see a whole bunch of plastic and things from builders that not meaning to litter, but blows in the wind that catches on trees and becomes to look like a garbage dump in vacant lots. So there's many aspects of this. I worry because we're focusing again on the central area where I think we have to look at our city holistically. We are hosting events, and I want all of our city to look beautiful. I want people to come to our city and look at it and say, you know what, we've got a clean city and we don't have litter everywhere. But I think we can't start just focusing in one area. I think we have to be very clear that litter and people littering are going to have to be accountable. That's one. To Councillor Stevens' point about bins, developers out here or builders out here have those big bins. And guess what lands in those bins? Old mattresses, all crates and garbages that are not theirs. So I get emails saying, you know what, people are dumping in my bins. So it's not just in North Central, but anywhere people can find a bin, rather than not going to the dump and have to pay $10 or whatever it is, they're going to find something simple. So I worry about, trying to bring in one spring cleanup or summer. This is saying spring and summer in just one area. Because I believe residents of Regina, we all pay taxes. I think there should be something where we all do a spring cleanup through the city. So I can't support it for that reason. The second piece here is that when do people become accountable? So as many people have said, we have policies in place. So if we just keep picking up the garbage, how are we educating to say, okay, you know what? Well, I'm just going to throw a mattress because guess what? I know the city's going to come and pick it up. Rather than maybe we should have a 1-800 number where people could call and then the city is directed to come out. But I don't know how we would work a bi-weekly pickup of large items to go through, North Central or those areas down there. And I'm going to add another piece. I have over 800 affordable housing units out here in the east. People don't have vehicles or trucks, so they're also. So again, focusing just in one area, I will not be able to accept. I will not be able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you. And since I'm new to council, I'd just like a clarification with administration. Is this done anywhere else? Because I know in my ward that we have problems. We have people that can't go to the dump, that have mattresses that are dumping in the back alleys. Is this done anywhere else, or can we do this anywhere else at a cost? Or like, how can we just implement one area and not everywhere through the chair?
Mr. Onwright, would you please explain the spring cleanup program?
Through your worship. So currently, waste management goes out and for 3 to 4 weeks focuses on approximately 40 alleys that they clean up, and that is after the spring thaw, and we were able to get at the debris laying around in these alleys. I think what we would see in the amendment that Councillor Stevens has brought forward is the two areas, Heritage and North Central. We would treat this as a bit of a pilot to bring information back to council in terms of costing for a bigger program. We do know that the city of Calgary does a citywide spring cleanup. We don't have any detail on that, but we definitely can have a conversation with Calgary and get some detail and bring that forward in the fall when the conversation comes back to executive committee. I'm going to ask Ms. Aird to comment as to whether or not we know of other municipalities that do targeted cleanups within Canada or within Western Canada.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the research that we did on community cleanups, specifically about picking up litter, and that was a lot of the municipalities across Canada participate in Pitch In, which is where the municipality provides waste bags, garbage pickers, and for the community to go out and clean up. And then they help collect the waste or give them the ability to get the waste to the landfill. Or they do like community cleanups that aren't related to this Pitch In Canada, where they provide sort of supplies for the community to go do the cleanup. We didn't come across specific cities that fund cleanup specifically in the municipalities we researched.
Councillor Shaw, did you get an answer to your question?
Not really, but I'm not sure if my question can be answered. I'm just having a concern about one or two areas in the city when we all, like Councillor Brasciani says, we all pay taxes. And I have that problem in my area in all of my wards. So I just wish that we could have brought something in for everybody and not just two specific areas, since we all pay the taxes. But thank you, that's all.
Thanks, Councillor Shaw. I think Mr. Onrait had some follow-up comments.
So thank you, through the mayor. So Councillor Shaw, to your question, we have not, in the information that we've gathered from other municipalities, we have not seen where they do targeted cleanups and the city pay for it. I think that answers your question. I think the information currently in the current budget, I trust if we were to do a citywide cleanup or expand this program citywide, it will take a lot more money than $125,000. That's why the information that comes back in the fall to committee and council will allow for council to make a decision as to whether or not they want to expand the program or continue the program.
Thank you, Thank you, Mr. Onrait. Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. I think the fundamental principle at play here is that the city wants to enforce and uphold certain standards throughout the whole city. So we could ask questions like, should an alley in the capital city of Saskatchewan have urine stain mattresses in the back? No. If there are some, we should pick those up. And where are those alleys most likely to be? So I think there's a parallel to be drawn to the way we set up the community support program, for example. That's a great program. There's a reason we put that downtown and then in Warehouse. It would be absurd to begin that pilot program in a Best Buy parking lot. You put the resources where the needs are, and I think that's part of what's going on here. And it makes good sense. One thing I think about this amendment I want to seek administration's clarification on is it's not as narrow as is being suggested. So the language is, make the following changes for, quote, areas that are most affected by garbage and litter. And I've heard Mr. Onrait and others say, in North Central, some alleys are dirty, some aren't, same in Heritage. I take it those alleys that need it are going to get this service. I think it's actually possible on the language of the amendment that if there is a very messy alley in Councillor Bresciani's area, there's a urine stain mattress, we can go pick that up. Same as in Councillor Shaw's. So I think administration knows sort of the geography of urine stain mattresses better than we do, and we can trust them to go and find those and throw them out. And so I think this is not as narrow as saying only Heritage and North Central get alleys free of debris. The direction is, if there's a problem area, it needs additional resources. Let's deploy those. Here's $125,000. So the point I'd seek clarification from administration on is, with this amendment and the language, if there's a problem alley in Councillor Bresciani or Councillor Shaw's ward, can we go pick up a couch that's strewn about? Through you, Madam Mayor.
Through your worship, that is correct. We would see that coming through Service Regina and responding to it accordingly. I think the discussion around Heritage in North Central is that would be the focus area to start out with, to ensure that we are improving our cleanup efforts in those areas. But we do realize, and I can give you an example or a few examples of where we have large blue bins for our recycling program, and people take it upon themselves to dump debris beside those bins. So we constantly are monitoring those. As Mr. Weary has indicated, it's not easy to enforce when you don't catch people in action. So I think this brings much more focus to the problem. And as I indicated, when we bring a report back a year from now, and as we go through this process, we'll be able to gather information that will help council with future decisions around this issue.
So I think the amendment makes good sense. It's a targeted deployment of resources, alley by alley, street by street, who needs it, who doesn't. And so I think that can benefit all our wards. We all pay taxes. We all deserve not to have mattresses in the back alleys. It's just that currently most of those mattresses are probably in North Central and Heritage. But wherever they may be, I think we'll collect them if this passes. So we should pass it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a question as it came from, but do we, so Councillor LeBlanc and Mr. Honor answered, the question was answered, but do we do that now? If someone calls and there's a large mattress, let's say in the east somewhere by a hotel that has an alley, do we go and pick it up? Is that a part of this cleanup that we have with the organization that does this right now?
Through your worship, we do. If the report comes in through Service Regina, we do deploy staff to go out and collect.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, coming in under the wire before a break, I'm just going to check one thing. The response to the question, Mr. Onright, when I asked about, or when Councillor Shaw was asking about spring cleanup, and this is happening right now, you identified, your response included that there were 40 alleys that you performed this cleanup for. How long have we done that for as a city?
Through your worship, I'll ask Mr. Clean to comment. I'm not sure myself.
Through Mayor Masters, I only have information for the past 3 years or so, but for the most part, our crews will, and for the last 3 years we've done it. For the most part, our crews will clean up debris in alleys if they're in public property, and it's something we can reach and get to.
Thank you for that answer. I'm actually not sure who this is for. Councillor Stevens, I'm going to turn your microphone on because probably directed at you. Is there a contradiction to say that we're going to fund something which everywhere else will fine?
Sorry, just, we're gonna fund, so you can repeat that, I didn't hear you.
We are doing a cleanup that we're going to extend over the summertime, which basically says that when there's large items, or there's regular cleanup, alley and street cleanups, but that will bi-weekly pick up large items, for instance, mattresses, furniture, and other appliances. But the previous amendment that was just passed says that we're going to fine people for putting debris out in their back alley. So is there a contradiction here?
There might be, but my simple response is I don't care. I'll be perfectly blunt. The reality of the problem is so severe and dragging down those communities to such an extent. It is a public health hazard. if we're thinking about some of the waste. I think the contradictory element of it is so insignificant compared to the problem that we're talking about. And then frankly, if there's a combination of both, where there is a fine and a pickup, then we can discuss that in due course. The idea, though, that the city is responsible for a suite of services, waste management being one of the pillars. If we got rid of everything else, waste, sewer would probably remain. This just makes sense. So if there's a contradiction, sure. My response would be to those councillors who believe that the contradiction is broader and that we charge people for a service that doesn't come to their community. Then I welcome you to meet me in North Central to clean up condoms and needles and bed bug infested couches all throughout the summer with the Renew program, which, by the way, everybody has funded if you've approved the 2022 budget. I think the problem is so severe that the contradiction should be allowed, and we can kind of forgive some of those issues that might fall through the cracks and side with cleaning up the garbage first, dealing with the enforcement as a secondary matter. But we're still going to be using that enforcement mechanism in these communities and across the city.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm going to direct that question also at Mr. Weary and Mr. Onright. Is there anything problematic in this amendment given what was just passed?
Go ahead, Byron.
Well, I'll go from third to first. From a directing proactive response, we do proactive now. So we can track how much proactive is done, and bylaw enforcement is doing that. And so that's something that can be reported on, I think, for both programs, the waste management and for community standards. The second one, I will defer to others in terms of the software reference. I'm not familiar with CartSmart. And then the first one, I think that it's, I think maybe there's a need to square that with existing pickup programs to make sure that we're not working at cross purposes. It was my comment on that. And perhaps the mover of the amendment is already aware of the existing programs that are attempting to address that problem of large items in alleyways. But I'll defer to Mr. Onright and his team for a response on number one.
Through your worship, regarding the CartSmart program, so I think the review of our CRM program and that new software coming in and what we currently have as to how those two will work together to provide the right information for the right decision making. As Mr. Weary indicated, there is a program that is utilized through our bylaw enforcement. There is a community group that goes out and does some collection, but it's not maybe as repeatable as what this program that the amendment is indicating would be able to do on a more consistent basis. I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you. I do have a question for administration. I asked it about the last amendment too. In terms of a pilot project, I tend to agree that kind of being prepared to try anything. Mr. Onright or Mr. Weary, can you tell me what success looks like? What data are we going to collect to know whether or not this was a success?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So similar to my answer to the previous question, you know, a few things we will be monitoring: number of service requests that come in and cleanliness of neighborhoods. But service requests citywide, not just in the two areas that have been noted earlier. And, you know, I would say that today we do collect debris in other parts of the city, and we do that through service requests that come in through Service Regina. But I would say Service requests will be a very good indicator as to how well this is working. And information that we collect from the teams that are responsible for going out to these neighborhoods. We will determine what data we want to have them collect as they are out picking up debris.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Stevens, do you want to close off debate?
Just one remark. For those who are concerned that we might be offering a level of service to one community and not others, administration is committed to bringing a report back on a service that was already delivered in certain communities or areas and not others. We'll see a report in the fall. If those councillors wish, they can see that program extended to the city, and we can have a talk about how much that's going to cost in terms of a mill rate increase, and we can adjust service standards there. So I don't believe there's a contradiction with regards to offering a service one place or another. It's already been approved in the 2022 budget. I'm simply asking that we extend this service throughout the summer months and fall. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. Clerk, could I have you please call a vote on the amendment?
This is Councillor Moll in favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the amendment carries 9-2 with the following members of council voting in favor as follows: Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, Moll, and Mayor Masters. And the following members voting against: Councillors Bresciani and Shaw.
Thank you very much to the clerk. Council, we are back to the main motion as now amended. Any member of council wishing to speak to the main motion? Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. I have, well, I got a question and a few comments, and the question goes, the discussion with the residents as they're reading about what we're doing and what the processes are on the clean properties. And one recurring and repeating comment is asked or talked about is giving one free drop-off to the landfill when there is a somewhat major cleanup from the residents. So the question is, would something like this work? What would the cost be, if any? Well, there's always cost to landfill. What possibilities are in that the question on giving someone a free one-time entrance into landfill when they're doing a major cleanup? I know we have this comment. I know we have hazardous drop-off days, a whole bunch of different things. So could this work, Mayor Master?
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't believe we've looked at that in the past. I can ask Ms. Aird if she has further comment.
Are we going to? Ms. Aird?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll defer to Fazell.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. We within the waste management bylaw, we do have a free account program. So there are certain, and I'm just working to look them up here. There's certain associations that do have accounts with the landfill and can bring waste to us up to a certain amount, above which we charge them. They're I'm not exactly sure the language in the bylaw, but they're not-for-profit charitable type organizations that have that type of program.
Okay, Mayor Master, so then follow up, would that be something like an undertaking when this is moving forward to come back next year to say, is it possible to have that as a general residents of the city if they're doing a major cleanup? Would that something be, could we look at that? Or do I need to make a motion, or is just going to be undertaking? Can we look at that while we're working on this program?
Mr. Onright, I believe the proposal before you is one free trip to the dump per year per resident. Is that something that admin could look at?
Through your worship, we would take that as an undertaking and bring that information back in the fall.
Okay, thank you. So Mayor Masters, I'll bring back the comments when I was contemplating how I vote on the amendment about the seeing only a landlord. And I do understand the impact of what we're trying to achieve here. Doing something is doing nothing is not really what we need to go. But I don't know if administration knows. I did ask previous years, do we know from the social services, especially on the lease agreement with the tenant, do we know if there is a provision in that lease that tenant, when it signs, tenant is responsible for creating garbage on the property or around? Do we know if that exists, or is there something like that, or? Mayor Masters?
Mr. Weary, in terms of a standard lease contract, would you have any comment on this?
We wouldn't be able to access individual leases, and I don't know off the top of my head whether that would be a standard lease condition. Certainly, typically when tenants move out, there's usually requirements in a lease that they leave the property in a reasonable state. But I'm not sure about ongoing. I just don't know. Don't have the answer. I'm sorry.
Okay, so Mayor Masters, I don't think I'm gonna create extra work for the administration that I can probably find that out after while we're moving to this year with that. Another question I have, which is, when we look at the clean property inside the fence, do we send a letter to the owner and the address of the resident house to a occupant, or how does that work?
Mr. Weary?
I'll refer that question to Ms. McNeil Wilson, the Manager of Bylaw Enforcement.
Through Mayor Masters, when we're enforcing untidy and unsightly regulations on private property, and we issue an order to comply, we will post a copy of the order on the property, and we will also send a copy of the order to the mailing address of the registered owner. So both the tenant and the owner will be informed.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good. Just a comment of before we tabled the support, our delegation came to us and talked about scavengers going through and creating some of the mess. I know there's nothing really, or I mean, I shouldn't say that. The question would be, is there something, how can you charge someone that doesn't have anything? I understand that, but it is a social, it's a financial stress and all that, but is there something we could do? And I mean, Councilor Stephen talked about education and all that. Is there anything else through your Mayor Masters, the administration, that we could do when we have bylaw through different areas? We have fire department going through, we have police going through, we have clean property bylaws going on here. We've got a whole bunch of stuff that's going around. Is this something like that we could put something in? And I'm just, help me out, please. What can we do with the scavengers?
Mr. Onright?
Through your worship. So as I had indicated earlier, I think we can maybe increase our communication plan around this. I think it is very important that residents put their garbage out the morning of pickup, not the day before. That should eliminate the problem with people going through garbages. As Mr. Weary has indicated, unless you catch somebody in the act, it is very difficult to deal with something specific like what you're indicating.
Okay, thank you. So my comment, Mayor Masters, I will support this. I'm still not comfortable with just having a landlord having a ticket sent to him. I do believe that we need to, and I think we will expand this once this goes through for the year. We'll learn how we deal with this, but we need to do a little bit more than just. I know there are landlords out there that need punishing, and we've seen many examples of what's going on. And even if you read the Landlords Association's letter to us, you see that they themselves even say, yeah, if there's someone that is doing, not cleaning up and just ignoring, yes, the landlord association even agree with doing something about that, but they still are not comfortable with just the landlord or the owner being the only culprit. So we need to figure out who do we pin this on? Who create? I mean, we all need to put our thoughts together and figure this out. Just punishing a owner of a house, I don't believe that it's a start, but I think we need to go a little bit further than that. So I will support it for now, and I'll want to see more robust investigation into what can we do. And there are examples out there in the community, in the world, of who does what and why they are where they are. So, Mayor, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So quickly, I would like to know the report that's coming back in a year. Would also in that report be a cost for a citywide cleanup? What that would cost, or do you want me to motion that?
Mr. Onright.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we will have that information, Councillor Bresciani, in the report that comes in the fall. Ms. Shaley Zeri is doing a couple of pilots, and we will put the information into that report.
Awesome. Second, can new businesses incorporate an area for storage of bins? So this has been something that I know I've worked with, consulted some developers and had conversations with Regina Home Builders Association, especially in new areas. When we're looking at dense neighborhoods now, there's not a lot of place for people to put their bins. So they actually put them out on that little square, little piece of grass they have, which is sometimes not grass, it's stone or that fake grass, and they just leave the bins there. And that comes down to bin storage. Is there anything in place that we could take away to have a conversation with Regina Home Builders Association and the developers and all that to include bin storage in the development so that they have actually maybe little pads that they can pull them to between the houses? I mean, some are triplexes, so that's very tough, and don't have garages. So, but they don't look pretty in the front, I'll tell you that. That's the regular call I get. So what, do you think that that could be an undertaking that administration goes away and does discuss with Regina Home Builders on beautification in regards to maybe incorporating a possibility in their development storage of bins?
Through you, Mayor Masters, we definitely can take that away. We would include our planning and development area, waste management area, and we can definitely reach out to the Home Builders Association to have a conversation about that.
Thank you. Last question is in regards to actually bin storage. The reason is that we have a brown bin, we have a blue bin, and shortly we're going to be having a green bin. As much as the litter grosses everyone out, I think that the other thing that's very gross is having these carts, which will have 3 carts now, scattered in back alleys, scattered in the fronts of homes. And if we don't have a bin storage policy that they just have to be on their property, I think it's time that we actually have a conversation about bin storage like other municipalities do. So is there going to be something coming forward when the green bin comes forward, or would you like that to be, is that an undertaking, or would you want that as a motion? Because I think we should be ready for that when we have the green bins come forward. Can I get response from administration, please, through you, Madam Mayor?
Through you, Mayor Masters. We'll take that away and have a discussion and reach out to a few municipalities that already have an organics program and a recycling program and solid waste program, and see if there's anything any different than what we currently do or are proposing to do.
Okay, thank you. And last question, in regards to the bins that are just stay on the front of these homes, and I'm going to talk now in new areas. if I've called bylaw and nothing has happened and carts are still there, probably about 20, 30 of these homes, what are the next steps then through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. So anything dealing with carts will come to our waste management team, not by law enforcement. I guess as always, I would be in the next line of fire.
Okay, so just to be clear, so it wouldn't be by law enforcement that would enforce the fact that these carts are sitting out 24/7, like they're not being removed, pulled in and out. They're just sitting there. So you're saying that wouldn't be by law enforcement, that would be waste? And can waste ticket through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes. With the changes, with the amendment that is in front of council today that was just voted on, that will allow for ticketing, but that is dealt with through our waste management bylaw, not through the community standards bylaw. So waste management will deal with that.
Okay, good. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no further questions from council. Councillor Skidniak, did you have anything to close off debate?
No.
Thank you. Clerk, can I ask you to please call the vote on the motion as amended?
This is Councillor Mole in favor.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion as amended carries unanimously.
Thank you very much to the clerks. Council, I'll direct your attention to the next item, which is CR 22-40, Clean Property Bylaw Integration into Traffic Bylaw. The item was tabled at March 30th, 2022 City Council meeting. I would ask the Acting Deputy Mayor, Councillor Skidniak, to please introduce the report.
Thank you. So these recommendations involve integrating the relevant sections. Sorry, I actually just need to pull up the report of the Clean Property Bylaw number 9881 into the Regina Traffic Bylaw 1997 to streamline the permitting procedures for street vending, and Executive Committee seeks concurrence with the recommendations.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any questions from members of council on the report? Seeing none, Councillor Skidniak, did you wish to close off debate?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please call the vote?
No, this is Councillor Mole. I'm in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Mole.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll now consider item CR 22-43, update to implications of 9th Avenue North truck route removal. This item was tabled at the March 30th, 2022 City Council meeting. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, I'd ask that you please introduce the report.
Thank you. This report was informational in nature, and Executive Committee seeks concurrence in removing item MN 20-23 from the list of outstanding items for City Council.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Are there any questions from members of council on this report? Seeing none, Councillor Skidniak, would you like to close off debate?
No, thanks.
Thank you. Clerk, please call the vote.
In favor, Councillor Mole.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll consider item CM 22-9, the COVID-19 update. This item was tabled at the March 30th, 2022 City Council meeting. Can I have a member of administration please introduce the report? Mr. Nicol?
Thank you, Mayor Masters, and through you to members of council. Today is another update with respect to COVID-19 here in our community. And similar to the rest of Canada, we seem to be somewhere within a sixth wave with confirmed cases and hospitalizations on the rise. Dr. Tam, Canada's Chief Public Health Officer, noted this last week, saying that there has generally been a rise in COVID cases across the country, and it's being driven by the more transmissible BA.2 variant. And this has reflected in increasing case counts and hospitalizations. And here in Saskatchewan, the most recent update that we have has noted that there are 403 people hospitalized with COVID, with about 25 of these representing 6.2% currently in ICU. Recent wastewater analysis also shows an increase in the COVID-19 levels, with current levels 2.5 times higher than the peak during the Alpha wave last year in April. What this suggests is that we could see an additional increase in cases and hospitalizations over the next few weeks. We here in the City of Regina are continuing to monitor the situation, and we will align with the provincial government with respect to reintroducing any preventative measures to ensure the health, safety, and well-being of residents and staff as or if required. I can advise council that majority of city staff have safely returned to the office. We also continue to encourage tools that we have available to manage COVID-19, that being vaccination, allowing or encouraging people to wear a mask as they wish. Some people choose not to, some do. We encourage people to make the choice that best fits them. We also have hand sanitizers at entrances everywhere. Our emergency operations center is at a level 1 monitoring stage, and our employee absentee rates have remained consistent with non-pandemic absenteeism rates. With that, I would welcome any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Nicol. Council, can I have a motion to receive and file this report? Thank you, Councillor Vendura, seconded by Councillor Zakidniak. Questions from council? Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. Just to be clear on the city manager's last point, would it be fair to say that the staffing complement and service delivery hasn't been affected by the recent wave?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the indications that we have are that the absentee rates that are attributed to COVID have remained constant. We have not seen a large swath of people being away. Of course, there's always isolated incidents. And of course, the other thing to keep in mind is that when people do come down with COVID, it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly where or when they may have received or been infected with it. I believe Mr. Chaudhry is on the line from People and Organizational Culture. If he is, I would ask him if there's any other HR personnel stats that I may not be fully on to. I'm going to guess he's not on the line, so
okay.
That is what I know, Councillor.
All right, thank you. Second question. Many large organizations like ours, private and public sector, have advanced work from home protocols, not just the response to the pandemic, but the reality that people can work in different locations. Where are we at as an organization? And secondly, are there policies that are in the works that kind of align with the interests of people to work remotely?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Yes, Councillor, we will be reintroducing a program for people to work remotely or hybrid. There will be an application process. We are doing our best to ensure that people have options, but they have to ensure that they meet the operational requirements that we have here at the city. I think it's fair to say there is not unanimity in terms of how that best is being put forward, but I believe we will be instituting the intake phase later this spring, if not July 1st, with a view that people will go through that They would need to specifically explain how the operational needs of the city are not impacted. I also think it's fair to say that it is not a blanket. This is not just to check the box, I want to work remotely. It has to fit our business needs as well. And I have been very clear insofar as we're at this right now, that it will not be hundreds and hundreds of people who will be working remotely. We did have a program in place up until the pandemic hit that I think we had approximately 90 to 95 people that were working through some combination of hybrid status.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, I'm wondering if our recreational facilities attendance and any of the programs have been affected. Are they back at pre-COVID levels, or are they still quite low or lower than pre-COVID?
One moment, Councillor. We're just going to figure out who can answer that question right now.
Okay.
Ms. Bryden.
Thank you. Through the chair, we haven't had any noticeable impacts to our recreational centers, but we continue to monitor that as we move through.
Okay. Through the chair, another question. I should know this, but I realize I don't. Do we still require masking on public transit? And if yes, then is it in place indefinitely until we decide it's not necessary?
Mr. Nicol.
Kim can answer.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So it's not mandatory, it is highly recommended, and we're moving forward, leaving that in place until further notice or until further change from the health authority.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions from council. Councillor Ventura, did you wish to close off debate at all? Thanks very much. So receive and file on the COVID updates. Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0. Councillor Moll has left the meeting.
Thanks very much, Council. Next up, we have delegation. I'd like to call upon Delegation 2262, Bob Linner and Patrick Maw. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Council, just to advise you that Ryan Rogel, who is a traffic engineer, is also on the line as part of the delegation. Mr. Linner, Mr. Maw, I would ask that you please introduce yourself, state your name for the record as well as the organization you're representing, and you'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mayor Masters, members of council, for inviting us and allowing us to make this presentation. My name is Bob Linner. I'm a consultant to the developer, and with me, the developer applicant with me is Mr. Patrick Maw, the principal of the applicant, Warwick Hall Developments in Northridge. Mr. Ryan Rogel, consulting engineer from Catterall and Wright in Saskatoon, is online only to answer questions if necessary, if there are any technical questions, particularly pertaining to the traffic study, Mayor Masters. Mayor Masters, thank you, members of council, for entertaining us. The applicant is very appreciative of the process and the positive analytical report and recommendations prepared by your administration after the thorough consultative review and inclusive process. Regina Planning Commission reviewed this matter thoroughly and discussed it and brings it forward to you with a recommendation for approval. Mayor Masters, your policies under the OCP encourage more housing, diversity of housing form, location, intensification, and a compact city. Higher density development is provided for in designated locations along major roadways in locations planned to implement your policy objectives. There are few central city sites available and planned for designated higher density development to achieve your central city enhancement objectives. Through the OCP and the concept plans and zoning, these are identified, and the developers rely on those approvals and those documented policies for their decisions. The applicant, Mayor Masters, and members of council, has considerable experience developing greenfield sites, but fully supports your intensification objectives and chose this site specifically to build the higher density residential housing for a targeted market of seniors, professionals seeking proximity to employment that desire a more central location, access to community amenities, and less need to have automobile vehicles and utilization. The site has been approved for higher density residential since 2007, and it was originally approved for up to 180 units. There'll be 167 if this development receives your approval after your review. This area for higher density was chosen near the major roadways at the western edge of the planned area, away from the lower density housing, provide for a transition to all consistent with your policies. The zoning has continued to support this development, and I would add, if you'll tolerate it, accept it, Madam Mayor, that the Hillsdale Neighborhood Plan, which was tabled just yesterday publicly after considerable consultation, has continued to recommend that this site be approved to include high-density apartment and residential high-rises up to 20 meters with the height transition that we have employed. We acknowledge the discretionary use approval and commend it. It's allowed for thorough review and constructive discussion with the community and your administration. As your administration report points out, we meet all of the objectives and positive criteria. We meet the OCP policies, the approved concept plan, the zoning, and the project is consistent with the approved area character. The plans before you and in the administration report provide full visual representation of the project. I would comment on the parkade, Madam Chairperson, because we have provided additional parkade stalls in order to accommodate the anticipated demand for parking. This has added an additional story to the building, but will ensure that the parking is contained within the building and does not place a burden on the abutting streets and developments. I would point out that the existing Camden Hall development under construction, based on almost 3/4 sold, has a very high demand for parking. The residents own cars, but they don't use them very much because of their nature. 34% of the site will be landscaping, while only 15% is required, and the existing spruce trees along 23rd Avenue will be retained. In 2007, a traffic impact study was done to ensure that the area development would have no negative impact. We initially had that study reviewed, and it confirmed that conclusion. At the virtual public meeting, the residents of the area raised some traffic concerns, so the developer engaged Catterall and Wright to do a full traffic impact study that confirmed that the intersection of Evans Road and 23rd Avenue would continue to operate at a very reasonable and acceptable level. They have indicated that at all projections, at morning peak, there'll be additional 32 movements, and the evening peak, there'll be 52 movements. There are over 11,500 vehicles a day on the Collector Road, 23rd Avenue, and there's a reduced speed school zone for all traffic approaching from or going west immediately to the west of the Evans Road intersection. We would comment, Madam Chairperson, on the Wascana Center interface, which we think is an important consideration. This site was chosen and designed, in fact, in your planning to be located abutting to Wascana Center, so that, in fact, the amenity space of Wascana Center would attract residents and homeowners, and they would have walking distance and be in the central area of the city. We have provided ample plans that show that the interface that we have with the park will not impact any of the usable open space available to the public. I would point out that the Wascana Center space immediately across the street on 23rd Avenue for several hundred feet is a major parking lot containing over 300 parking stalls, and the major TC Douglas building that is already several feet higher than our proposed development, as are the Environment and Walter Scott buildings further north. We provided elevation vistas to show that the 23rd Street and tree canopy will be retained, which is the primary objective of the Wascana Center plan. Your administration comments, and I think appropriately, and we share their view, that this development does not conflict with the spirit and intent of the Wascana Center master plan. Final comment we feel very important to make to Mayor Masters and members of council. This developer had already adopted very, very significant energy efficiency principles in their design, and certainly welcomes your net zero proposal and plans. The current Camden Hall building under construction on the site is 20% more efficient than the National Building Code, and the developer is committed that they will meet or exceed that in this new building. And we've already looked at your big moves that are identified in your net zero objectives. We believe number 2, new builds will meet it by employing all energy efficient equipment, fuel switching. Every parking stall in the building will contain the capacity for electric vehicles, and the location itself, as your plan identifies, is located near the central city of the city, where vehicle utilization is significantly reduced and walkability is an objective. In conclusion, Mayor Masters and members of council, we meet all of the approved policies and objectives of your OCP. We support the objectives of intensification and compact city sustainability. Those objectives we know have been difficult to meet and elusive, as we've seen the statistics showing that the amount of inner city building has not nearly met the objectives you prefer relative to the green city objectives. This project alone will substantially increase the amount of inner city housing and your objectives of inner city intensification. More housing diversity, intensification, freeing up of other housing stock for families, all meet the objectives of a growing and supportive city. Thank you very much for taking the time to listen to us, Mayor Masters, members of council, and we'd be more than happy to answer any further questions or provide comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We have some questions. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Mr. Linner, Mr. Mall, thank you very much for coming. At Planning Commission, we had a really good conversation about traffic, density. When you read out the residents' concerns about traffic, I think that was a major concern there, but as well the height of your building. Can you give me more, what was the rationale of going higher, and what was the purpose of that? Just making sure that everyone knows what we're dealing with.
Sure, so basically what we ended up doing is the current bylaws have a 1-to-1 parking ratio. And what we've been finding is more of our clients have been basically having 2 cars. And so we could have basically developed the building a story lower, but basically just not included the parking. And so it would have had a lot of impacts on the street because you would have had a lot of off-project parking. And we sort of tried to weigh the best of the circumstances and found that accommodating all the parking on the site would have probably been a better benefit to the overall neighborhood than just dropping the story and having the same amount of units, but just more cars all around. So that was the decision we made. On top of that, though, I mean, it's a significant investment to add that extra parking, which I believe will be an amenity for the building and the neighborhood, but it's still it's a costly investment.
Okay, Mayor Masters, at Planning Commission as well, there was question from the members asking about why not going 2-story below, other than going 1 below and 1 above. Why wouldn't you do that? Why not?
I mean, it will come down to investment certainly, but there's also a lot of site constraints because the parcel is only 2 acres after all. So, you know, just going back to the discussion we already had, we already have basically a 10-foot ramp going right down the center of the site. If we were to go down another level, we'd actually have a 10-foot ramp on one end, a 10-foot ramp on the other, and a 20-foot ramp down the middle. And it's a 2-acre site. So once you start getting into those levels of complexity, the site just doesn't make sense anymore. So anything is possible with enough, I guess, time, money, and resource, but this I just don't think would work.
Okay, thank you. And the as you were you had professionals review the plans, review the area. 2007, when a concept plan was developed, it was always earmarked for high density, particularly at that location west of Evans Court. Did you find any indications that this won't work? Meaning for the height or shadowing or street views, trees, things like that? Have you found any difficulties in that aspect?
When we designed the site, basically, like, we tried to minimize the impact to the actual existing residents. So if you look at the shape of the building on the site, all of the long flankages are around areas where it actually has no impact. Basically, there's a small flankage at the very front where the garages are, but very minimal impact of people actually looking down to existing residents. We also conducted shadow studies. And so basically, like, there's a standard way that you would do it, and we had our engineers look at it. And so there's basically no impact of shadowing on any of the existing residents, even when the building is built to this height.
Great.
Mayor Masters, if I could add to that, the concept plan originally and now the Hillsdale plan proposed always a transition of height running from the Calder Crescent, which was single family homes. When this site was originally removed from Wascana Center actually and approved for development, it was based on a transition of heights from the single family homes in Calder Crescent through the condominiums, through the existing 4-story apartment over to the highest height and highest density on the west side of the site. The objective there being to progressively increase the heights that you didn't impose on the immediately abutting areas. And we followed that transition in height from across the site that was originally envisaged in the concept plan approved back in 2007.
Okay. Mayor Master, thank you. I'll leave. I know there's some questions, so I'll leave to others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Stadenchuk, you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, I have some questions around the traffic study. I am the councillor for the ward, and this is the number one issue I think that I have received correspondence and calls on. So I know that the study from 2007 was reviewed by a professional engineer and that you conducted the engineer conducted an additional study. Can you explain exactly how that study was done? What was the methodology in terms of determining the traffic impacts and the anticipated traffic with this development?
Mayor Masters, could we ask Mr. Rogel to answer that question? It was his firm, Catterall & Wright, that did this by doing actual counts on site and following traffic models in order to project this. So Mr. Rogel would be the best one to answer that question, please.
Please go ahead, Mr. Rogel.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having me today. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can, yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so we were hired by the development team there to review the original study in 2007 to ensure that it was completed in a manner that made sense with the development that's been put in front of you today. Upon further review there, we went out and updated the study by actually setting up a camera at the intersection of Evans Court. From that camera review, we were able to determine the peak AM and peak PM traffic volumes. We compared those volumes to previous studies, and they seem to be fairly comparable. There was a little bit of a what you could call a COVID factor there, possibly from people working from home and whatnot. But we looked at the data in two ways, with what we collected on site. Based on what we collected on site, we analyzed the intersection for all movements in all directions and determined what's called the level of service. Level of service A is the highest rated level of service that you can achieve at an intersection. And the lowest, you can go down the chain that is still acceptable under the City of Regina's transportation guidelines is level of service D. In our review from the traffic volumes collected in March of 2022, all movements at that intersection operated at level of service A, B, or C. And when forecasting the development that's being proposed, they remained unchanged. So After further discussion with the city and review from some of the City of Regina staff, we reviewed it again here and put a COVID factor on to increase the traffic by roughly 30% to see what would happen. And we still have all movements at that intersection operating at level of service A, B, or C, which all remain acceptable within transportation guidelines.
Okay, thank you for that. A follow-up question through the chair. The report on the traffic impact states that 23rd Avenue carries over 11,500 vehicles per day. I have no context of understanding what that traffic volume is. Can you explain, what traffic volumes would be on similar streets and, how that compares?
Mr. Rogel, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah, I'm not sure how to answer that one. I guess, we analyze these intersections based on, the actual data that's received from the counts. Basically, this type of roadway, based on the geometry of the roadway, can handle up to approximately 15,000 vehicles per day. So having 11,400 vehicles per day is well below what the geometry tells us it can handle. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking for there. Because the answer would be that it's not maxed out in its current state. There's still room for growth within that roadway.
Through the chair, so if it can handle up to 15,000 vehicles per day, and you did an estimate of current traffic levels increased by 30%, what did that bring you up to? My math isn't fast enough to figure that out.
Yeah, so we, just to go back on that, the 11,500 number was from basically traffic volumes that the City of Regina had collected nearby for in 2019. The counts we did in March of this year indicated a volume of traffic at that intersection of approximately 9,000. And that's why we increased it by 30% to ensure that, there wasn't a COVID factor coming into play here that shows reduced traffic. There's also an argument that could be made that, some of the reduction in traffic may be somewhat permanent with the way that industry is changing the workforce.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, a question, I guess, for either Mr. Linner or Mr. Ma. Visitor parking for people who want to visit people in this new development, would that be on site? Is that part of the parking stalls that you are creating? It would also include visitor parking? Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, through the chair, we have basically planned to designate a certain amount of stalls right at the front of the building for short-term visitor stalls.
Through the chair, you did mention that the visitor, that you have increased the amount of parking in order to reduce any on-street parking. Is there other visitor parking in the existing areas of Evans Court, or is it all residential, their own parking?
Through the chair, so Camden Hall, our first building, does have designated visitor parking as well. So we would basically have a consistent way of doing that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that. Okay, thank you. And okay, through the chair, I guess my last question was regarding some of the concerns that residents have raised is that there's going to be a lot of disruption during construction period. In particular, they were concerned about the construction crews parking and excess garbage that might be flying around as a result of the construction process. This was raised at the meeting in January, the meeting with residents. And I do believe that there was a consideration to take this information back. So I'm just wondering if you have anything to report in terms of some of the measures that you might be taking in order to minimize disruption to residents that already live at Evans Court.
Sure. I mean, it's a little bit tricky because again, it's a 2-acre site and there can be a lot of vehicles and there is on-street parking there. We can certainly look at having a bit of a staging ground on the one site we're not building. The only concern is certain times of the year it will get muddy. So the trade-off is we can push the vehicles onto the side we're not building on, but then of course if there's any mud we're going to have to deal with that and there could be some service requests coming from there. We will try to be as diligent as possible. They're sub-trades after all. As far as the garbage goes, I didn't think there was a ton of garbage that was blowing around. Now certainly there could have been. I wasn't there the entire time. I guess I can just say we'll be as diligent as possible given the sensitivities in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, I guess through the chair, some of the net zero features that you're looking at. So you're looking at energy efficient heating and cooling, high energy efficient tankless water heaters, etc. Is that just energy efficient, or are you actually trying to achieve net zero energy with the two buildings?
Through the chair, this would just be more energy efficient. So this project in the city, and I mean, again, I don't know what all has been permitted, would probably be one of the most energy efficient projects we've seen. Again, just without knowing what's been permitted. So I think it's just a good step forward for us. I mean, ultimately the goal is to become net zero by 2030. I think we have to get there as an industry certainly, but this is a really good first step. Like the mechanical system that was actually put into the first building, so it's not like hypothetical, we have done it. I believe it was the first time this was done in the province. So it's basically, instead of having like one large boiler system, we have a bunch of small ones. And so it's very, very efficient because you're just heating the water that you need. As well as we do use a system, now this is, I believe, the second in the province, but it's an energy recovery ventilator instead of a heat recovery ventilator. And so basically it's kind of like an advanced way to heat and cool the common areas. And so again, this is sort of brand new technology that we're bringing in. So it is a little bit scary doing new stuff, but at the same time, we are seeing actual savings when we're doing it. And then of course, we did some extra insulation just for the EFA system and whatnot. But I think it's a good step forward. I don't think it's ever going to be the end until it is net zero, but it's a good step forward, and hopefully it just continues on as the technology gets better.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Statichuk. Councillor Stevens.
Love the project, build more of it. You said something about adding another floor for parking that made me think of something. Why not just put it all inside the building and turn that parking space that's outside into a green space? Would that just change the economics such that it would just completely be priced out of the market?
I don't know if it would completely change the economics of it. We've already got, I believe the requirement is about 10%, and I mean, defer that to the administration, but I believe we're closer to 35% already. And we have added like a community garden and features like that. Plus we have an internal amenity room and whatnot. So I think it would be something that maybe if there was a consideration, we could have, but kind of feel like we were already there.
If I could, just to be clear, I don't want more parking.
Right.
My question is, why don't we just put all of the parking inside the structure rather than having surface parking that could be used for other things that would probably be more enjoyable for the residents?
Sure. Like just off the top of my head here, let's just say we did have some visitors come. There would be no means to actually access that parking if it was all just green space, right? So there's not a ton of parking outside. Again, the site is fairly small to begin with. So if you actually look at the percentage, so we're accommodating about 1.78 units per acre units per stall. Inside the parkade is 1.5. So really it's about 0.28 is outside. So the majority of the parking is within the building, if that makes sense, yep. With a little bit outside for, I guess, residents, and then it's mostly visitor stalls. So
that's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. Great to see the parking underneath, or the majority of it. I think that's awesome. I also would like to ask about amenities. My mom lives in something similar to this. They do have amenities that I think people do appreciate. Is there an area where they can gather and have meetings and do, if they want to have some kind of a little things in there? Is there an amenity room there? And what other things are in here?
Sure. So through the chair, so typically we will define the amenities as we get feedback from our potential clients. So I can just speak to what we've done in the first building and I guess the building before. So what we have found a lot of success with is kind of a meeting area, a games room, a TV area, bar area. So we have done that in our most recent building. We find that it's very, very well used. The social aspect in these buildings are very important, as well as there is a modest gym. So there is some equipment. It's not like a huge gym or anything like that, but it's enough where I think someone could not have a gym membership. It is attached to the meeting area as well. So if there is sort of a gathering there, it's just meant to all work. I would see something very similar in the next two buildings, unless we get feedback otherwise. We also have some areas for some community gardens as well, which we didn't have in the first building, but have designed into basically the second two. So yeah.
Okay, awesome. In regards to bike storage, it comes with condos similar to these that, you know, we do not like them hanging over the balconies or things like that. What is I guess the plan for bike storage, because it is close to the park, could be lots of walking and biking.
Through the chair, we've actually designated spots inside the parkade. So they'll basically be able, like designated spots that will be secure so the residents could use that.
Okay, like enclosed storage or?
Exactly, yep.
Enclosed storage bins, okay. And just in regards to the calculation for parking, you've indicated there's more. How many 3 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms are in there in this development?
Without sitting down like with the plan right in front of me, typically I think this development is going to be around 75% 2 bedroom, 3 bedrooms, and then 25% 1 bedrooms, like within a percentage. Yep.
And then that would be the reason for sure the increase for parking that's needed if you've got, 75%. Okay. Yeah, no, I absolutely, I think that's great. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lear, Mr. Ma, I want to ask a question about the Provincial Capital Commission. Both you noted in your presentation and the administration has noted that the PCC does not support the proposal. The only reason given is the reason in the administration report, and it's brief, and I quote, not compliant and consistent with the master plan. Have you had any discussions with the Provincial Capital Commission? And can you shed any light further than that on what their concerns are?
Mayor Masters, there was some contact with the Capital Commission. Certainly your administration was in more direct contact with them as part of their input process and discussion. As I understand from your administration, the response from the Provincial Capital Commission was a relatively benign comment of the nature that the policy requires a certain height. If you read into the master plan, the whole purpose of the height is to preserve the tree canopy and the integrity of the park. Certainly, we had I believe Mr. Ma might have had some discussions with the Provincial Capital Commission officials, but the primary contact there, once we were aware of the policy requirements or the statement, the advisory statement was through your administration directly with them.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. I see no further questions from Council of the delegations. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Moving on to consider item CR 22-44, discretionary use application of 3585 Evans Court. Councillor Fundora, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. I bring report CR 22-44, discretion use application. RPC recommends that City Council approve the discretion use application for building plan group and building stack land use and proposed height of 18.67 meters at 3585 Evans Court. Mayor Master, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Mancinelli, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, the applicant proposes to build a 2 apartments building. The buildings will have 118 residential units. The height of the building, as I mentioned before, is 18.64 meters tall, comprising of 5 floors. The concept plan and the zoning was approved in 2007 for high density. The 2007 plan estimated a total of 180 units to be developed on this site. The applicant proposes 118 units that will bring total number of dwelling to 167, so it's lower than what was proposed. So on traffic, transportation impact were reviewed, which were supporting by the traffic study. Administration confirmed no significant traffic impacts are expected along 23rd Avenue and the Evans Court. Administration assessment of this application to be consistent with all criteria, especially with respect to land use and policy regulations. Administration recommends approval. Planning Commission voted in favor, and Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. I'll open up the floor to any questions Council may have. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll ask the administration the same question that I asked the delegation. PCC has indicated an objection. It says not compliant with consistent with the master plan, but nothing more. I'm wondering what contact the administration had with the PCC over this and whether they said anything further that would explain their objection.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So our initial contact with the PCC, that was exactly what we were provided. Since this report was put together, we have also reached out to them again, and I'll refer to Ms. Dawson to speak to those conversations.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. I don't have much more to add. We did reach out and they had no further comment. And yeah, I wasn't able to get anything different from them than what we received in the first instance.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just make a very brief comment. Without anything further and with a very complete explanation that we had from the delegation, I'm satisfied this and will support the proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Stadnichuk.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, could someone from administration say what the population per hectare is on this site if this project is approved in terms of that whole area per hectare?
Ms. Bryden, would you like me to refer that to Ms. Dawson?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters. We don't have that right at our fingertips, but we can get that for you.
Okay, but I'm through the chair, I'm assuming that it does meet the official community plan goals of 50.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Masters, the 50 people per hectare is for new neighborhoods. This would be an intensification area. There's no density requirements specific for those areas.
Thank you for that clarification. I have no further questions about this. I've had lots of discussions with staff and with residents. I was happy to hear the responses to the traffic study because that is a big concern. I also want to comment that some of the concerns with traffic does seem to be the fact that the nearby Regina Christian School, and I think this is mentioned in the report, that its student population has increased over the years since 2007 for sure. I think there's over 500 students there, and there's no busing of students at that school. So it is a lot of parents that are dropping off and picking up their kids at those peak hours when they were doing the traffic study. So I do hope that if traffic does become an issue, that maybe there could be some conversations with the school. This project is a wonderful example, I think, of density in kind of the core area of the city. I'm glad that there's not going to be that, as like most of the parking will be contained, so it's not on the street. It is close. There's a lot of street parking already on 23rd, so I think that the developer has addressed those issues quite well. And it's nice to see that they're looking at some important energy efficiency measures for the buildings as well. So I'm in support of this, and I do hope that that the traffic concerns do not become a bigger concern in the future, and hopefully we'll be seeing more people using public transportation and active forms of transportation in the area.
Thank you, Councillor Stadnicek. I see no further questions from Council. Councillor Fundura, did you wish to close off debate?
No, thank you. Said everything I said. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. City Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously 10-0 with Councillor Mole away from the meeting.
Thank you very much to the clerks. We have delegations presenting on the next item as well, Council. We have, I would like to call upon delegation, I apologize. This is in relation to CR 22-45, the zoning bylaw amendment with regards to Coopertown Phase 1. We have delegations appearing. I'd like to call upon delegation David Sinclair. Sir, I'm going to ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to answer any questions Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor Masters and members of the City Council, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you regarding the development of Coopertown Phase 1 and the issues surrounding 9th Avenue North. My name is Dave Sinclair, and some of you know me from my involvement as a member of the Board of Directors of the Regina Exhibition Association Limited, but today I'm here as a resident of West Hill and a representative of a group of homeowners from West Hill and Edgewater who reside on the south side of 9th Avenue North from Courtney Street to Pinkey Road. To start off, there are 3 important points that our group would like to make. The first one is that our group is not opposed to the development of Coopertown. In fact, we just want to ensure that it is done with proper planning, both for the residents who currently live south of 9th Avenue North and for future residents of Coopertown. Number 2, we realize that there are bigger issues in the city than this one road. However, it does have a major issue that is experienced in other parts of the city, which is noise attenuation, and we are concerned about the quality of life for residents on both sides of 9th Avenue North. Number 3, we recognize that the issues lie with City Administration and not with City Council, and you are our elected representatives and advocates who take our concerns to administration. With respect to point number 1, the zoning bylaw amendment application presented to the Planning Commission on April 12th is treating the development of Phase 1 of Coopertown as a very compartmentalized situation, excluding the impact of 9th Avenue North. If it is allowed to proceed as presented, it will have a long-lasting impact on the future of 9th Avenue North, which is slated to first become a high-speed expressway and eventually a freeway. This is currently a two-lane road with very narrow shoulders that is barely able to handle current traffic levels at the current speed limit. As our group has pointed out in previous presentations to City Council and the Planning Commission, the road is perilously close to the backyards of residents on the south side of the road. Last summer, Mayor Masters visited several backyards and experienced this firsthand. Our group has no idea how city administration plans to widen the road so that it can evolve into an expressway and then a freeway. Doing so will likely mean widening the road to 4 lanes, which isn't conceived within the Coopertown development plan. It's fairly easy to see that when you drive west of 9th Avenue North and then it funnels down into 2 lanes at Courtney Street. With respect to point number 2, as you know from our group's previous presentations to council, we have raised many concerns about the noise levels that have increased on 9th Avenue North since the opening of the bypass interchange. Number 1, it suddenly became a heavy truck route, which was counter to the intent of the bypass, and we appreciate the efforts of Councillor Mancinelli and others to have this designation removed. Number 2, vehicle noise from both heavy traffic volume and accentuated exhaust vehicles and motorcycles is adversely affecting our residents' health and their concerns about safety. Noise levels have been found to be above what is deemed healthy and is exacerbated for residents west of Fairbury Road by the berm, which was supposed to have been removed by the developer many years ago. Number 3, the current speed limit is 70 kilometers an hour, but our group's observations are that it is rarely adhered to and the road cannot accommodate a higher limit in its current configuration. Number 4, policing of transport truck traffic, speeding vehicles, and excessively loud vehicles by the police service is minimal at best, in our view. With respect to point number 3, we have been disappointed through this process to find that administration that has admitted to not providing with all the responses received from residents, which opens up the possibility of selective responses that are favorable and possibly suppressing responses that challenge the application, and B, providing with incomplete data regarding the data counts of heavy truck usage on 9th Avenue North. So both of these are cause for concern. In summary, our group's opinion is that if 9th Avenue North is converted into an expressway and then a freeway, then 9th Avenue North should be realigned further north of West Hill and Edgewater, and the proposed development of Coopertown Phase 1 should not be approved as presented today. Also, if noise attenuation measures are not going to be installed on the south side of 9th Avenue North, then 9th Avenue North should be realigned further north of West Hill and Edgewater. And again, the proposed development of Coopertown Phase 1 should not be approved as presented today. In closing, we have 4 requests of City Council. And the first is that the approval for the application for the development of Coopertown Phase 1 be deferred until the issues that we have outlined are addressed and incorporated into the planning for this new subdivision. Number 2, the consideration be given to realigning 9th Avenue North to run north of the current berm and tree lot in order to provide a measure of protection and safety for residents living south of 9th Avenue North. Number 3, that West Hill and Edgewater be the test site for the noise attenuation measures that the city is planning. And number 4, that City Administration be asked to provide full and transparent disclosure to City Council of resident responses to the Coopertown development and issues in relation to the future development of 9th Avenue North. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinclair. I'll give council a minute to see if they have any questions. Seeing none, well, thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. Ask that you return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Council, our next delegation is appearing through phone call. Just good to go. I'd like to call upon Delegation Julie Derby. I would ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that Council may have for you. Good afternoon. Ms. Derby, you may be on mute. *6 will unmute yourself. There you go. We got you now.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mayor Masters and members of the City of Regina City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to address this important matter regarding Phase 1 development of Coopertown. My name is Julie Derby, and as a resident of West Hill Park and as a representative of our group of homeowners located south of 9th Avenue North from Courtney Street to Pinkey Road, I request that City Council plan for the future impact on adjacent neighborhoods of the Coopertown development development and conversion of 9th Avenue North into a freeway. A further requirement would be to request a plan for an increased setback between our homes and the future of 9th Avenue North on both the south and the north side to provide noise attenuation that includes berms, fencing, and landscaping. I understand the Regina Planning Commission felt that they were only able to consider the zoning amendment to allow for the approval of Coopertown Phase 1, and they could not consider other concerns raised by residents, including current traffic noise, the lack of noise attenuation, and future impact of a freeway on our neighborhood. With this in mind, I would like to have the following points taken into consideration. The ever-increasing vehicle noise is affecting our health and high stress levels. We have been witness to many near misses, cyclists being run off the road, yellow road markers being struck and sent flying into the ditch, narrowly missing our back fences. And of course, there's the constant brake screeching, stunting and racing, and horns honking. Turning off and onto Fairway Road has become increasingly dangerous with many near misses and near head-on collisions. It's common to see industrial vehicles and cars stopping in the middle of the road as there's no shoulder, as seen in my handout. I'm not sure if you all received the handout, but anyway. In talking with fellow neighbors, one of our residents indicated that tire spit, and I quote, it's called tire spit, has been found on her deck as their house is approximately 4 feet from the fence line, and she no longer feels safe to be on her deck or sleeping in her bedroom on the north side of her house. With the ever-increasing traffic, the constant smell of fuel makes it nearly impossible to tolerate when outside in our backyard. We no longer open our windows to allow fresh air in, and it's far too loud. 9th Avenue North, starting at Courtney Street to Fairway Road, started out as a gravel road made by the developers of West Hill. As it's too close to our properties, rather than move this road north away from our houses, the city opted to pave this road, and now, according to the subject report, this road will be considered a future expressway. In my research, I haven't been able to locate records indicating if 9th Avenue between Courtney Street to Pinkey Road has ever been surveyed. City administration informed me about 2 years ago that a noise attenuation plan and an air quality study would be conducted prior to any proposed planning in this area. I'm just curious if any of this has been done or what has happened with this. During the planning and construction of the Regina bypass, we were also informed by the bypass construction would be of the bypass at the Grand Coulee Road. Entry into our city would be onto Armour Road. However, they chose to build this section of the bypass closer to the city limits as a shortcut and a cost savings. Now we suffer the consequences, along with having to pay taxes for an unsafe living and a decrease in quality of life. This is simply not an acceptable living condition. Not only can we not open our windows to allow fresh air in, we can no longer relax in our backyard or be in our garden for fear of being struck by a yellow road marker, a beverage bottle or can, or worse yet, a vehicle leaving the road and coming through our fence. So problem solution. As mentioned in the past, has any consideration been given to move 9th Avenue North to the north side of the current berm created by Dreams Development to include fencing and landscaping? It seems an obvious solution. Remove the current road, construct a proper road north of the current berm, and place a noise attenuation wall either on top of this berm or on the north side of the berm. This way, there's plenty of room to build a proper expressway. With the current state of this unsafe stretch of road and the amount of traffic noise and air pollution, would citizens of Regina even consider buying, building, and living in Coopertown with the amount of traffic noise along 9th Avenue North and the current unsafe road conditions? Also, as mentioned, it's not that we're against Coopertown development. We knew it was coming. We're simply requesting the quality of life for current taxpaying residents be addressed prior to any further development. The notion of developing now and addressing concerns later would not be acceptable, as the current living situation is unacceptable, and our fear is that it will only make it worse for current and potential homeowners in Coopertown. Lastly, and most importantly, I would like to extend an invite to members of City Council, the Regina Planning Commission, as well as Transportation and Roadways, to stop by our house to view this situation firsthand, as we would like continued communication and input in order to provide a solution for this unsafe and anxious situation. Thank you in advance for your prompt attention to this problem. We look forward to hearing from you, and always great to live in a city where the opinions of its residents are valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Derby. I'll give council a moment to see if there's any questions for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please disconnect from the call. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call upon Delegation Evan Hunchak. Sir, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions they may have for you. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having me. My name's Evan Hunchak, and I'm the general manager at Dream, and I represent the developer of the Coopertown community as well as the development application here before you today. I do have some slides that are included with my submission as well, if you had questions that I think those could be helpful, those visual aids as well. I'm before you today to seek your approval to allow for the first zoning amendment to our approved Coopertown concept plan, which was approved in 2019. The reason for this application is to allow for appropriate zoning to develop a diversity of housing in Northwest Regina. Within this proposed area, there will be single-family homes, single-family laned homes, semi-detached townhomes and apartments. The reason that the zoning application here before you today is in compliance with our approved concept plan, and it does identify areas to have a mix of low, medium, and high-density residential. To accomplish this, we're proposing RU residential urban, RL residential low rise, and RH residential high rise respectively. As well, a portion of the lots would have the LA lane access overlay zone applied. Also noteworthy, our plan incorporates an innovative home orientation on the park, which identifies homes to directly front the green space and vehicular access provided by the rear lane. This not only makes for a more sustainable community, removing redundant infrastructure such as the front street, but it also allows for greater inclusivity and safety of the open space, allowing the residents to interact more closely with one another. Last, our application maintains the current density approved in the concept plan at 54 people per hectare. Through public consultation and questions, which I would love to address after, there was 53 comments provided by the public. Of these comments, 19% were completely opposed to our application, and 42% were supportive, providing some features were modified. The remainder were in support. The general themes of the comments with concerns were regarding questions about the timing of Courtney Street widening, traffic light installation at Rink and Courtney, installation of sound or attenuation fences along 9th Avenue North, and the location of current alignment of 9th Avenue North. In response to these comments, through the development of the community, Courtney Street will be widened to a 4-lane traffic width. It's currently at 2 lanes. And traffic signals will be installed at the intersection of Rink and Courtney. This would be done by the developer at our cost. Sound attenuation fence would also be installed at the north side of 9th Avenue in the future. And we would also be widening, Dream won't be widening. I can get to this a little bit more in detail if you have comments, but current 9th Avenue right-of-way will be widened from 50 meters to 110 meters. So that's 60 meters into the property of Dream. And that would be consistent with the transportation master plan, the service agreement project list, and also Ring Road has a 110 meter right-of-way throughout the city as well. So it would be the same right-of-way as Ring Road. The balance of these concerns that were received ranged from no multifamily or commercial land uses permitted, impact on adjacent property values, material changes to the transportation access points, green spaces, or traffic roundabouts. These concerns were determined to not be applicable as our application is in compliance with the Phase 1 OCP phasing plan and the approved Coopertown concept plan from 2019. Dream is also working with other landowners in the Northwest to progress the cost-share methodology, design and construction of the new regional Coopertown lift station, which will ultimately allow for the West Hill and Maple Ridge lift stations to be decommissioned and capacity concerns in these neighborhoods to be alleviated. This lift station will also provide the wastewater capacity for all new growth areas in the Northwest over the next 25 years. Sufficient capacity for elementary schools in the Northwest also exists. Regina Public Schools and Regina Catholic Schools have options available for elementary attendance at W.H. Ford Public on Rink Avenue, Ecole Centennial Public on Daglish, Plainsview Public on Mapleford Boulevard, St. Jerome on Rink, and St. Nicholas on Mapleford Boulevard, respectively. Following approval of this zoning application, DREAM will be working with the city administration on detailed development plans that correlate to current city standards. We will also be collaborating with city admin to align this community with Regina's energy and sustainability framework. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hunchak. Do I have any questions from members of council? Seeing none, I have one. In your presentation, you referred to the widening of 9th Avenue North between Courtney Avenue and Pinky?
Yeah, through the chair, thank you for that question. Within the approved service agreement fee list, that development fees, developers presently pay $297,000 a hectare for developing within the city in greenfield areas. There's $54 million of projects identified in Regina's Northwest. The first would be the widening of 9th Avenue North from Courtney Street to the bypass to change it from a 2-lane to a 4-lane proper cross-section like it would be on the rest of Ring Road. There would also be an upgrade for Pinky from Sherwood down to Dudney for $12 million. And Courtney eventually will be built out from Sherwood to Dudney, as well as a CP flyover across the CP main line, and that one's about $35 million. So all of these projects are in the plans to be constructed sometime between now and the next 18 years in 2040.
Thank you. I see no other members of council wish to ask anything. I'll thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask you to return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Council, we have communications on item CR 22-45. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file communications CP 22-9 through CP 22-34? I see Councillor Hawkins moving with Councillor Zakidniak a second. Do I have any opposed? Seeing none, carried. One moment, please. We'll now consider item CR 22-45, the zoning bylaw amendment. Coopertown Phase 1. Councillor Findura, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Okay. Masters, I bring report CR 22-45, zoning bylaw amendment, 500 North Courtney Street, Coopertown Phase 1. The City Council approved the application to rezone portion of the lands from Coopertown Phase 1 from urban holding zone to several zones: residential urban zone, residential low-rise zone, residential high-rise zone, public service zone, and as well lane access overlay. Mayor Master, can I get a second, please?
Councillor Massanelli, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Masters, at the Planning Commission, was tasked with looking at the report was talking about zoning bylaw amendments. There was a lot of discussion about traffic and 9th Avenue North. So the Planning Commission was tasked for looking at approving the zoning bylaw amendment what was on the agenda. So Mayor Master, DREAM proposes to rezone parts of the subject property to facilitate development of Coopertown Phase 1. Coopertown Concept Plan complies with policy goals, encouraging mixed neighborhoods, contains density of housing. This gives people option at every stage of life. The proposal has been assessed and is deemed to comply with all the acts, with OCP, Coopertown Neighborhood Plan, and zoning bylaw. And as the administration recommends approval, Planning Commission voted unanimously on this one. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Mancinelli, you're up.
Thank you very much. looking through this, it's a very excellent design. It meets our new density goals. The first time that it's been visioned instead of re-envisioned. It even has a 5-point intersection, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know how I'm going to drive through it, but we'll find out. By the amount of feedback we've had on this, it is a little bit of a point of contention in the northwest corner, and it all has to do with the placement of 9th Avenue North. I was just wondering if I could get confirmation from administration on the comments made by the delegate in the fact that there will be a 110-meter setback, a uniform corridor leading up 9th Avenue North like we see in the rest of Ring Road, with proper setbacks from the road to people's fences, much more uniform like we see in the rest of Ring Road leading up to this space. Through the chair.
Ms. Bratton?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So 9th Avenue North is set up to be a double, it will be widened. And as traffic increases on 9th Avenue North, it will be widened, and it is included in the transportation master plan. And as the delegate indicated, the widening or the added lane will be to the north. The alignment is correct with the bypass, as you mentioned. And I also like to add currently the setback between the existing lane of 9th Avenue North and the properties to the south is 27 meters, which is actually a little bit wider than some places along Ring Road as they exist right now. So that there is also a right-of-way within that area, so that setback will never be less than that. And I'm not sure, I think Ms. Gasmo is on the line if you would like to add anything further.
Through you, the mayor, nothing really more to add. As Ms. Bryden said, it's a 110-meter wide corridor that will accommodate a double lane roadway or road in two directions separated by a median. And it's planned to be built as the traffic volumes approach 10,000 vehicles per day. And will service the traffic or the connection to the bypass that is required.
Thank you. I understand the response, but I think I just seek a bit of clarity. When I drive down Arcola Avenue, I have a uniform distance on either side of the road to the fence line as I drive through the entire road. When I hear a realignment of 9th Avenue North, I think both myself and my residents have an expectation that that is going to be achieved through a realignment. Is that what the administration is envisioning? Is that what you're describing to me? Or is that different from what's going on here?
Ms. Gizmo?
Currently, the plan is that the existing 9th Avenue North in the location that it is now will be upgraded to include shoulders and some improvements, but will essentially form the eastbound lanes of that divided roadway, and that the westbound lanes will be built north of the existing lanes.
Okay, so if I understand this correctly, going forward where the 9th Avenue North currently meets the bypass at Pinkey Road and the setback is very much diminished, there's no plans in the future to rectify that situation. That's where the road will lie and you will build off of that current position. Is that correct?
The detailed design is not complete. I'll start from that. The bypass was built with the future intent or future plans to join up with 9th Avenue North. I could not say for certainty if there wouldn't be some minor adjustments as it approached the bypass and the connection to make sure that the alignment is correct. But for the most part, the existing or the new eastbound lanes will be the existing 9th Avenue North as we see it today.
How does this present proposed subdivision affect the future ability to rectify what many view as a mistake? With a 110-meter setback equal with the rest of Ring Road, can administration realign its expectations as planning to meet what people are describing in expectations of what 9th Avenue North will finish like 18 years from now?
The mayor, I just want to correct. It's not a 110 meter setback. It's a 110 meter right of way. TAC standards, the Transportation Association of Canada standards, for a roadway that has a design speed of 110 kilometers per hour, requires a setback from properties of about just over 10 meters. The setback that exists there today is 27 meters, so actually exceeds the standards that are required for that type of roadway. So at this time, there isn't really a need from a standard or safety perspective to move that, and rather to utilize the existing infrastructure when twinning that roadway.
What would the distance from roadway to fence line be on the backside of Williston Drive in Normanview West? I guess that would just be east of Courtney and north of 9th Avenue North.
I don't have the exact measurements. It is wider than it is on the west side of Courtney. That is correct. It likely had to do at the time of subdivision development approval. The road right-of-way hasn't really changed. It's still along the alignment that was always anticipated for 9th Avenue North. And then the developments as they are approved are set back at an appropriate or acceptable distance from that right-of-way.
Thank you. What actions would have to be taken to have this distance between the roadway and the fence line rectified? Would I have to stand against this proposed development, or is this something that can be rectified through future planning? What are the options on the table to have this, what I perceive a mistake, fixed?
Through the mayor, I'll start, and I don't know if Ms. Bryden has anything to add. Certainly, when we get into the detailed design stage, we will look at any opportunity to maximize the setbacks from existing properties and new properties to be built. We want to make sure that we achieve all of the required standards and ensure that the road is built safely and to handle the volumes and speed of traffic that are anticipated in those areas. The space that's allocated right now is sufficient to allow up to 6 lanes of traffic. That's not currently contemplated, but there would be room to have 3 lanes in each direction. So we have to always keep in mind future planning and future needs. So we'd have to, like, as I said, we could look at in the detailed design stage, ensuring that we're maximizing those setback distances. I don't know if Ms. Bryden has anything additional.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. There would also be implications to previously dedicated lands for those interchanges at Courtney Street.
In terms of noise attenuation, although it's not a policy of the city currently, it is something discussed as council as we've gone forward. Many other cities have gone to that already. Does administration have any idea about the distance necessary and the effect on costs should we move forward with that type of a policy? And how does that affect today's decision?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. Mr. Warren, could speak to that, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. So council had approved during the 2022 budget discussion a plan to build a pilot noise attenuation wall somewhere in the city. And as part of that, and then coming back to council in 2024 on the success and review of that pilot study, as well as bringing back a new noise attenuation policy and a recommended implementation strategy on starting to address some of the noise issues that we have throughout the entire community. So that work is currently underway, procuring a consultant, and then designing and building the wall for 2023, and then coming back in 2024 with some final recommendations on a citywide program.
Are there any implications on available land to implement that type of a amenity going forward? An extra 5 feet or an extra 2 meters? Any ideas if that plays into what we're talking about right now and amount of land left to be able to apply?
So through you, Mayor Masters, so the plan with the consultant is to get a good understanding of best practices of the different types of materials and noise attenuation materials and structures that we could actually build. And again, based on the distance of the road to the neighborhoods that we're looking to protect and then cost as well. So we're looking to get a cross section of many different options to do something to address some of the noise issues throughout the community, understanding that the various setbacks may require different types of methods. So that is something that we are looking to explore through this work.
Just one last statement. I want to make sure I understand this properly. We have a uniform corridor of 110 meters set aside in this area to implement the road changes that are talked about through growth. The residents in this area have an expectation to realign a road a few meters to the north. The room is there to do it. This comes back to the job as me as a councillor to lobby for the effort to be put forth to rebuild the road in a different location rather than reusing the road in its current location. Is that a fair statement?
Thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Guzmo?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. So in essence, there's a uniform corridor of 110 meters throughout this entire area that can be put to use to rebuild the road for the future growth. The city's taken a position in terms of economical use of assets to want to reuse a leg of road in the farthest west point of this to try to save money to reuse a current leg of road. There's enough corridor there to actually move the road over and meet resident expectations in improving the plan today, but that becomes a political movement by someone like myself to try to convince administration to spend the extra money to move the road instead of just reusing a current road when they continue on with the build for growth. Would that be a correct statement?
Through you, the mayor, it would be somewhat challenging to say without a detailed design in front of me to look at. I can say that, you know, we do hear the concerns of the residents, and during the design stages, we would look at what could be done to make sure the road is realigned as far north or as far from the property lines as possible. We'd have to obviously look at both neighborhoods, north and south of 9th Avenue North, to ensure proper setbacks for both, and then assure that the road is built to standards to accommodate safety and traffic volumes required. But I couldn't say at this time whether that's possible or not without the detailed design in front of me.
If I was to table this report to get a more confirmed answer, how long would that take you, and is that possible?
Through the mayor, the design process has not started. That doesn't mean we couldn't do some quick assessment if desired, but it would not be at that detailed design stage. That's not currently within the 5-year plan. It has not been started, so it would be just referencing the known right-of-way and conditions and do basically a high-level conceptual review, which would probably take, it shouldn't take that long, but a couple months to complete.
I am in favor of this application, but I would like to table this report till I can confirm that answer. Once you lay a cornerstone, it's really hard to move it. The development's been put down. This is all about building towards the future. I don't think it's too much expectation to expect a uniform corridor leading out through this whole corner of the city. And I think that's a question worth answering. So I'd like to move to table this till we can get that answer.
Councillor Mancinelli requires a seconder. Councillor Hawkins. Clerk can call the vote on the tabling motion. Councillor Pandura. Councillor Moll.
My apologies, in favor.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion to table carries 10-1, with 9 members voting in favor, and the following member voting against is Councillor LeBlanc.
Thank you. We'll now consider item CR 22-46, zoning bylaw 2019 housekeeping. Councillor Vendura, can I ask that you please introduce the report with the amendment?
Okay. Mayor Masters, I bring report CR 22-46, zoning bylaw amendment 2019, housekeeping and administrative amendments. The RPC recommends that City Council approve the amendments to the original zoning bylaw 2019. I would like to move concurrence on, there are some errors in this report CR 20-46, and I'll read in as such. Revise the motor vehicle regulations section to allow front access driveway width to include 1.2 meters on one side of the garage width, that leads to whatever it means. Additionally, allow expanding a front access driveway leading to a single vehicle garage, carport, or parking pad to a total of width of 6.1 meters. And remove reference to the maximum number of vehicles that can be parked on the driveway. Adjust reference to the figure showing front yard parking. And Master, can I get a seconder, please?
Councillor Mancinelli, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Zoning bylaw helps achieve many OCP goals concerning growth and development. Zoning bylaw requires periodic updates, amendments, and improvements, ensuring zoning bylaw remains effective tool. Zoning bylaw amendments are minor in nature. They are to improve clarity, increase flexibility, and also general corrections. Periodic updates ensuring that the zoning bylaw is applied consistently and provides improved customer service. Administration recommends approval. Planning Commission voted in favor. Commission seeks concurrence. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vendura. Open it up to members of council. Any questions? Seeing none, Councillor Vendura, do you want to close off debate?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. City Clerk, please call the vote.
In favor, Councillor Moll.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Council, we have a delegation. I'd like to call upon Delegation Jim Elliott to come forward. Sir, I'll ask that you please introduce yourself for the record, organization you're representing, if any, and where you happen to live. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which time you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions Council may have for you. Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you, Mayor and members of Council, and thank you for the opportunity to address you around the lease renewal for McAsphalt Industries at Norcola Avenue. I live approximately 2.5 blocks south of the facility on Reynolds Street, and as I stated in my presentation, I think this information may be brand new to you. And for that reason, I think it's relevant and important when you're looking at a lease extension for this property. On March 17, 2007, there was approximately 20,000 liters of asphalt emissions or emulsions spilled on the property of McAsphalt. It's understood that about 6,000 liters of that escaped the facility and entered a storm sewer adjacent to the facility, and that spill eventually got down to Wascana Lake around the Science Center through the storm channel over the next week or so. It took until July of 2007 to actually clean up the spill as well as monitor for any further action, and that was then finished. Thankfully, this spill happened in late winter, so therefore there was easier to confine it in the lake as much of the lake surface was still frozen, and thus we were able to section it off with a cofferdam and pump as well as remediation at the site. I requested a copy of the report on that spill from the province of Saskatchewan through access to information, and I received it on April 6, 2017. Looking at all of the various things that happened as part of that spill. But as I stated, it doesn't talk about anything prior to the outfall of the storm sewer pipe. Secondly, it was also my understanding when I was discussing this with city staff at the time I got the report that the City of Regina was suing at McAsphalt Industries to recover costs of the remediation and cleanup. And so I'm not sure whether that suit was settled or not, or what might have been done to resolve the cleanup. What also became evident at the time of the spill that there was not sufficient a trap system on the properties of McAsphalt Industries to retain a spill of this size. And subsequently, the spill left the property and got into the storm drains adjacent to the property. They, and I quote, made a premature conclusion that the asphalt emulsions had been contained in the storm sewer system near the facility, and it in fact had not done that. Similarly, it was also acknowledged later that the city was unaware that this specific storm drain intake went to the outfall near the Science Center, and again that there were no traps within that route that would have stopped the spill. Now, it was mentioned in a recent report that you received, I think last week, that there were some investments in the land, but the nature of those investments was not made such that I could ascertain whether there were in fact limits to an occurrence of another spill and getting into Wascana Lake. Thank you for the time to add a little bit of history to you if you haven't heard this, and to get a better sense of what happens when you have a plant of this sort, especially an old plant near Wascana Lake or close to Wascana Lake. So thank you all. Entertain questions if people have them.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elliott. Councillor Stevens.
Through the chair, Jim, I just need you to help me understand the point of the story when it comes to the lease. What do you want us to do about it? Is there questions that we should ask? Should we have conditions attached to a lease?
Well, I think possibly coming out of some of the discussions I heard previously from the owner of the plant, I'm not sure whether this use of that property is an appropriate use of that property. Because from what I can ascertain, and again, I'll have to defer to both city staff as well as to perhaps provincial environmental staff as to whether you should be leasing this property to this company. At the very least, I think to be precautionary, I think it might be worth scaling back that lease to perhaps 5 years. Because as was stated, at the time of the spill, no one knew that this could happen. And I think the more information you have about what types of uses this property should be used for, I think my recommendation is that it shouldn't be an asphalt plant.
Last question through the chair. You're aware that it's been an asphalt space since the 1950s. So what would be more appropriate for this land?
I guess from my understanding of that area, and again, I travel down McCara Avenue, which is somewhat close to that area fairly regularly. I think that what I would call light industrial buildings, again, I think if you look at what's on McCara Avenue, I think that would probably be an appropriate type of use of that property space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Elliott, you researched and you got some information on the spill, what was. Did you get any information of since the spill to now, how that plant is behaving, what's happening, and how they had to remediate? I know that they had to pay a fine and all that. Have you found anything else in the report other than the spill, but what has been happening since after the spill? I believe the spill was about 10 years ago or more, Mayor?
Yes, it was 2007 when the spill was there. I haven't, as of this point, I felt it was important to at least bring this to your attention because I think, and again, I'm not sure of exactly who was on council at that time. I think it was probably valid to bring forward at least this information because of cases that you've had where spills have gotten into sewer systems before.
Okay.
I think your staff may be more aware or potentially more aware of what types of problems that have been associated with this plant operation than I would be. Unless it's specifically registered with the Saskatchewan Environment, most likely many of those spills would go undetected, and you would actually have to get that information from the industry, from the company itself.
Okay, thank you, Rob. We can probably do that as the administration when we debate on the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Jim, for this information and providing some of the history here. How were you made aware of this spill? Was it advertised, or was it? Did you find out? I know you live close, but how did you access this information? And the reason I'm asking is, and I'll ask administration some follow up. But how do we know that there's not been any more spills? But how were you made aware of this one here in 2007?
My recollection is that there was a note in the Leader Post when they did, in fact, or when it got to the point of getting into Wascana Lake, and then obviously if one was to visit that part of the park over there, then you would have obviously, and I recall going over there and seeing them set up the cofferdams and all of that kind of stuff, and setting up the pumps and all of those types of things. But I think the initial call note was through the media.
Okay, and sorry, just you do live closer. Did you ever have any discussions with McAsphalt at all?
No, I have not. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. I see no further questions from council. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon, Mr. Elliott. I ask that you return to the gallery. We'll now consider item CR 22-47, McAsphalt Industries lease renewal at 600 Arcola Avenue. Could I ask Acting Deputy Mayor Zakiniak, could you please introduce the report?
This report is related to negotiating a new lease with McAsphalt Industries Limited and recommends entering into a new lease agreement for one 10-year term with no option to renew. Executive Committee seeks concurrence.
Thank you very much, Councillor Zakiniak. Could I get a seconder on the report? Thank you, Councillor Findura. I'll open it up to questions from council. This was debated at executive. Go ahead, Councillor Findura.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question following delegations presenting and asking questions there. Land belongs to City of Regina taxpayers. Leasing is responsible for a few things. We would, I'm taking it that we would have all the necessary papers, documentation of the behavior of since the spill, let's say. We know what they had to do, what repairs they had to do to make sure to prevent all that. Am I correct on that? Can I get someone to kind of give a little summary of how they have to behave?
Mr. Lacey?
Yes, thank you. Through you, Mayor. So maybe some background on this particular issue. So as the delegate, Mr. Elliott indicated, there was a spill at this site back in 2007, so approximately 15 years ago. With that spill, it was the responsibility of McAsphalt to clean up that spill at their cost, which they did. And then in 2008, there were additional improvements and remediation undertaken on that site with respect to ensuring additional protections were put in place. And those improvements included a site perimeter diking and drainage, tank farm retaining walls, site water retention pond, and procedures to isolate excess liquid from the property, and high-level tank sensors with audible alarms to prevent tank overflows. So this work was done in 2008 prior to the renewal of the lease that occurred in 2011. So that lease, after that renewal, the council of the day in 2011 renewed that lease for an additional 10 years, which is coming up now at the current time, which is why we're back before you to seek an additional 10-year lease extension. As well, they are required to submit an emergency response plan as part of their lease agreements, which they did in 2011. They'll be required to submit that again with respect to this new lease, which is reviewed by our environmental services branch for compliance and for to meet our satisfactory requirements around that piece. And so that will be done again as part of the 20,000 of this new lease renewal. Part of that emergency response plan is that if there is any spill, they are required to notify both the city and the province should that occur.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Findura. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. So who actually monitors this? So it's been now 14 years since they've done the upgrades. Who actually monitors this on a regulatory basis to ensure that there have been no spills other than them themselves reporting to us? Through the chair.
Yes, thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, I know on as we're renewing this lease, we're looking at as a city doing annual on-site inspections of that property. However, with respect to overall responsibility, I might refer that to Mr. Krawchuk, who is our manager of real estate, and he may further refer that to Shelley Wellman, our manager of environmental services. Mr. Krawchuk?
Through you, Mayor Astor, correct in that they are self-regulated, self-reporting. So they fall under the Canadian Environmental Protection Act 1999, pardon me, the Environmental Management and Protection Act 2010, Transportation of Dangerous Goods Regulations, and under the Regina Bylaw, the Wastewater and Stormwater Bylaw number 2016-24. And they have a duty to report to both the ministry and to the City of Regina And as Mr. Lacey mentioned, going forward, our environmental services will be inspecting the site on an annual basis.
Thank you. You hear from the university a lot that have helped us a lot with some of the contaminants in the water. I'm just wondering, is there any opportunity here to ensure that when our city staff go out, when it's being monitored, we know what we're looking for so it's not reactive? So when someone shows up, of course, it's more the outcome that we have to monitor. I'm not sure how that would work if we go out in every year and make sure that everything looks good. But how do we prevent to ensure that, again, none of this is going into down into the creek?
So through you, Madam Mayor, I mean, they have put in place remediation measures. They have a emergency response spill plan that lays out processes around how that is responded to should that happen. The measures that they've taken have obviously been put in place to prevent a spill from happening, but you need a plan in place to respond should those measures not be effective. So it's a hypothetical piece, but without knowing the specifics, but maybe what I will do is ask Ms. Wellman, who's our manager of environmental services, with respect to the type of work we do with respect to reviewing that emergency response plan and with respect to inspecting the site, the type of activity that we would undertake. So perhaps I'll ask Ms. Wellman to respond with respect to those aspects.
For you, Mayor Masters, the McAsphalt outside of our lease with them should not be treated separately than any other industry. As had been indicated earlier, they're regulated by both the federal and provincial governments, who and the provincial governments does site inspections to ensure that all those regulations are being followed. So from a jurisdictional standpoint, we do need to make sure that we're not trying to take over that responsibility, which is within the provincial government. And then following the release that happened in 2007, the extra measures that they put in place, including those berms and the separation from the sewer system. So on site, they don't have access to the storm sewer. It actually has to leave their property in order for it to enter the sewer system. And by putting in those, the berm and the catchment area, it is much less likely to actually be able to leave their property and enter the sewer system, if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Mayor. Has there been any other incidents since the 2007 incident, environmental incident?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not aware of any, but once again, I may ask Ms. Wellman if we're aware of any other additional instances.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'm not aware of any, and I checked with the Ministry of Environment, and they have not had any reported to them that would have been indicated as a spill to the environment.
A follow-up to that through you, Mayor. Would you expect to be aware of it? Is there some mechanism by which you would be made aware of an incident, an environmental incident?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I'll ask Ms. Wellman to speak to that piece.
Through you, Mayor Masters, we would be made aware if there was a risk to the residents, or if they it went onto city property. We would be made aware in those situations. The information of on-site releases, if it met the discharge and discovery reporting standards, would be made public. And that's where you can check online for that information on whether or not it's happened.
Thank you. One last question, Mayor, and I raised this and sort of maybe pressed it more at executive. Is there any capacity in negotiating this deal to require the posting of some kind of surety, some kind of bond that could be drawn upon in the event of an environmental contamination?
So through you, Mayor Masters, we've not had those conversations with this company. I think any such conversations, if there was a desire to do so, I mean, there'd be a couple of questions that we would have to sort out, like what level of surety would you want from a dollar value perspective? And then secondly, whenever entities seek those type of bonds, there's a cost associated with it as well. So, you know, without having had those conversations, I don't know if it is if that bond can be achieved and what that cost might be and what the impact might be on that company's operations and the suitability of that site should such a requirement be placed on them. All I can say is to date, we've not had those conversations.
Through you, Mayor, would you be prepared to have those conversations? We're in the middle of a lease negotiation here. If we're going to do this, now is the time. I can't suggest any details of course, because I don't have enough knowledge, but would you be prepared to explore this kind of, this avenue?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I mean, certainly we can engage in those conversations, would be prepared to have that discussion with the company. I guess what I would ask for is direction from council here on, you know, whether you would leave with us as administration to work through that and delegate for us to try and achieve some type of bond structure or some type of insurance along that nature, or whether you would require us to come back to council.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that this conversation would be useful before an agreement is signed. I think it'd be useful for the administration to come back with feedback, reaction, what is possible, what can be negotiated here along the line of some kind of surety. So, Mayor, I'm inclined to move that we refer this back to the administration to continue their discussions, and in particular to continue their discussions along the lines of some kind of surety in the event of an environmental damage.
Councillor Hawkins require a second on the referral. Councillor Stevens has given it to him. No debate. Councillor Clerk, please call the vote.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the motion carries 8-3 with the following members voting in favor: Councillors Hawkins, Bresciani, Shaw, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, and Mole. And the following voting against are Councillors Councillor Findura, Mancinelli, and Mayor Masters.
Thank you. Delegations we have a supplemental report. This is on delegation on item 22-7. It's CM 22-12, folks.
Hello?
Thank you. I'd like to call upon Delegation Tanya Doms. Please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have 5 minutes to address City Council, after which you'll have the opportunity to respond to any questions that members of Council may have for you. Good afternoon.
Brilliant. Thank you. My name is Dr. Tanya Doms. I'm a professor of biochemistry at the University of Regina, and I'm just representing myself. So first of all, councillors and Mayor Masters, thank you for the opportunity to address council on this matter. I will mostly address the report itself. While I was confused by the challenge to the report by way of costing, I think perhaps it might be helpful in terms of clarifying content. So just a note from the report itself, and I don't know if this can be answered or not. I'm curious as to why the use of glyphosate, presumably for use on hard surfaces, increased so dramatically in recent years, and the rationale behind that. The data line shows a flat line, but the bar graph, to me, shows a significant rise in usage since 2017. In part of the section of the report, the requested summary of recent and relevant Health Canada/Pest Management Regulatory Agency reviews, in the absence of a review of the current literature, to me, I think is not as helpful. And for me, the outline of the report seemed already to be biased. So for me, it seemed inappropriate and leading that an unbiased report would point directly to a largely failed strategy to significantly and meaningfully reduce pesticide use in the city, namely integrated pest management. So I wondered why this was the only example given for alternatives to pesticides in the proposed report. I wondered about the plant healthcare model that was proposed by the city in 2012 and is currently being used at the U of R in the Center Green under my guidance quite successfully. So bottom line, I think we should be careful not to bias the report early on. I do understand that the report costing might have come directly from U of R VPR's office, but respectfully, I think the cost of the proposed report is significantly or slightly inflated. In the Faculty of Science, at least, and most other faculties, I think honors student research is free since they receive credit and grade for the honors research projects. I found that $14K for a part-time grad student for a summer also seems inflated when PhD salary is usually on the order of $17 to $22K per year, with an MSc being lower than that. But that said, $70,000 in comparison with $1 million spent on spraying does seem trivial. To really reduce bias, if the report is commissioned from the U of R, I would suggest that no single faculty member oversee the report, rather a team of faculty members, each having pesticide expertise. I was curious to see why the impact of pesticides on health and biodiversity were not included in the report, which seems an oversight unless councillors and the mayor are generally convinced that there is a serious impact. If so, that's great. If the policy literature review is intended to speak to consultation with other jurisdictions that have adopted a cosmetic pesticide use bylaw, then I think that would be useful. Some of this data will have already been collected, I strongly suspect. And again, I just want to reiterate that I'm not sure you need a grad student for that. I'm sure that an undergrad student with proper faculty supervision would be fully capable of tackling that. So you can cut costs there. I wasn't sure what was meant by market research and what the value of that was. And because it was so costly, I was questioning its value. Just a note as an aside, if I had known that complaints were tabulated, I would have been calling regularly. But just on another note, the public engagement and education is certainly appropriate for Regina, but perhaps it could be executed with more rigor than in the past, and maybe that could be a collaboration with U of R as well. I think this was a commitment from the city in 2012 after the failed pesticide ban proposal, and so maybe that's something that could be pursued more rigorously. So those were my comments, and thank you very much again for allowing me to speak to this.
Thanks very much, Tanya Dom. I have a question from Councillor Stadnicek for you. Councillor Stadnicek.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. Through the chair, I'm wondering if you could, Dr. Thomas, you could just maybe explain or what the definition of cosmetic pesticides are. And I'm asking this question because the research report, the proposal for research that you referenced only talked about pesticides or pest management. And so could you explain what cosmetic pesticides are?
Sure. Well, I'll just to give it context, maybe we should say what a pesticide itself is. So that's any chemical, so example, 2,4-D or glyphosate, or biological agent, so something like a virus, bacterium, or fungus that can deter, incapacitate, kill, discourage pests. So those can include nematodes, insects, plant pathogens, microbes, weeds, mollusks, fish, like birds, even mammals. In the context of cosmetic use of pesticides, this is usually considered non-essential or optional use of pesticides, and this is in the context of aesthetic purposes. So make lawns look pretty. So improving the appearance of lawns or gardens or ornamental plants, green spaces like golf courses. So controlling unwanted organisms, but that do not pose an economic or health threat. That's what we would usually consider cosmetic use.
Through the chair, and which are the most concerning chemical pesticides that are seen as the most harmful?
From my review of the literature, so 2,4-D and glyphosate certainly are nasty ones, but what's come to light recently in the literature is, in fact, that the so-called non-active ingredients in pesticide mixtures can synergistically work with those known harmful substances and can actually exaggerate their impact. So the paradigm is shifting very quickly as more and more research comes out.
And one last question through the chair. You mentioned that the University of Regina is working on PHCM. Could you say again
sure.
what that stands for?
So, I know the city uses a lot of the principles of the plant healthcare model, and it was in response to the proposal from the city in response to the 2012 proposal for a ban on pesticide use. But generally overseeding, aeration, high mowing, all these different principles that you can use to sort of, effectively squeeze out unwanted so-called weeds, right, from let's say a lawn. So we've been using the plant health care model in the Center Green at U of R for, since earlier than 2016, like maybe 2014, and it's been highly successful even in drought years. But certainly it can be more labor intensive. Where we would be hand weeding, maybe the city would be more interested in steam weeding or something like that. But it's certainly been cost effective, highly successful. So I was just really concerned when I only saw integrated pest management in the report, is because largely integrated pest management has not necessarily been shown to reduce pesticide use. So that was my concern.
Okay, thank you very much for coming.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stadacek. I see no further questions from council. I thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon and ask that you please leave the meeting.
My pleasure, and thank you. Goodbye.
Council will now consider item CM 22-12 supplemental report, regulate the non-essential use of pesticides. This is a supplemental report to item MN 22-1 that was tabled from March 16th, 2022 meeting of City Council. This report is a receive and file report only. It contains additional information related to the next item, which can be debated then. Can I have someone move a motion to receive and file CM 22-12? Thank you, Councillor Zakiniak. Can I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Yeah, thank you. Any opposed? Carried. We'll now consider motion MN 22-1, regulate the non-essential use of pesticides. Councillor Stadacek, would you introduce the motion?
Thank you, Mayor Masters. This motion calls for the for administration to prepare a report that would look at the research on the importance of eliminating cosmetic pesticides to protect biodiversity, and a summary of the regulation and best practices in Canada to maintain green spaces and yards without cosmetic pesticides. Sorry, my motion is moving on me. Sorry, as I tried to scroll. So the motion does call for a report to come back to council, to also do some public engagement on this issue, and bring back recommendations in terms of what would be the implications of a cosmetic pesticide ban in the city, and what kind of public education and communications would be required in order to do that.
Councillor Stanachuk requires a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. All right, the matter is open to questions from council members. Councillor Stevens?
Great, thank you. So I just want to be clear about the process. So essentially what's before us is a decision on whether or not we want to engage in an evaluation of the policy of instituting this ban, the science of the effects of particular pesticides. That would then come back, and that would inform the public engagement strategy that's still at arm's length, but in partnership with the city. And then both of that, those pieces of information would then come back to council. So we would have the science and then the market impact, and then we would make a decision premised on those outcomes. Is that fair to say?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that is correct.
Okay. I don't want to get into the weeds through the chair of the process of the research, but presumably the engagement will be with members of the community at large, as well as whatever industry produces and uses these pesticides, correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that is correct.
Okay. And perhaps refresh my memory on the time frame. And, you know, at the university, is it technically a contract with the U of R generally, or were there any specifics on how that work would be distributed within the organization?
So through you, Mayor Masters, we were looking to bring this work back in Q1 of 2023. And in relation to the contract with the U of R, I don't think there was any specifics outlined as in who exactly would be doing the work.
Okay.
Well, like, as in individuals.
Thank you. I'll speak in favor of this. I think it's worth the cost. It's certainly worth the question. These are known carcinogens and public health hazards. There are a number of cases of people reporting to me animals that have been killed as a result of the spraying of certain chemicals. I think we would do well to do this. I think another point is that the city's already leading by example. We have clawed back significantly the use of pesticides for a variety of reasons. One was economics, when we slashed a lot of the chemicals in the 2017 budget. I see no reason why we shouldn't proceed with this. Science plus public feedback and a market assessment. I think we can use this as a framework for evaluating other questions and concerns in the community.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you. I have to raise a procedural point right off the bat. When I read the motion, I didn't see anything about the University of Regina, the contract with the University of Regina. I guess my question to the administration is this: does this motion involve a contract with the University of Regina? And I ask very specifically because if it does, I have to declare a conflict of interest.
Thank you. The supplemental report that was provided highlights it. Go ahead, Ms. Bryden.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. So the motion per se doesn't talk about the University of Regina. We reached out to the University of Regina in terms of capacity issue for administration and as a partnership to work with them and yeah. So the actual what we're proposing to do and the work that we want to do involves the University of Regina.
Okay, Mayor Masters, I think that's too close. I didn't understand that that the University of Regina was going to be, would as a result of this motion be contracted to do this research. I didn't direct my mind to who would do the research, frankly. So on that basis, because I'm an employee of the University of Regina, I'm going to declare a conflict of interest.
Councillor Stevens, would you declare the same conflict? Okay.
U of R is a big institution. We've engaged with them directly on all sorts of projects. I could in no way benefit from this contract. I'm not in this field. I'll have zero attachment to this. My job won't be in jeopardy one way or the other. I have zero affiliation with the departments or faculties that would conduct this work, even remotely.
Thank you. Councillor Stanichek, you've spoken already. You'll close off debate. Did you have a point? Did you have a point of order to bring up?
I did have some questions for administration, but do I do that at the end?
Yeah, I guess at this point you would do it at the end, yes. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you very much. I would like to hear from administration what is included in the $70,000 for this. What are we getting for that? Like, we're not reinventing the wheel here. As Councillor Stevens has said, many cities are way ahead of us in this. So if they're way ahead of us, why are we reinventing the wheel and having to spend 70 grand on this? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. The costs are made up of approximately $24,000 with the University of Regina to do their research, and approximately $20,000 to $25,000 in relation to public engagement in our community and stakeholders, and then about $20,000 which would be allocated staff time. So our internal staff that will be doing work to help bring the report together and bring it back to council.
So I guess the question is that we here within the city, we do not have any experts that can help us with this.
Through you, Mayor Masters. At this point in time, we just, the department that's directly impacted by this is already doing a significant amount of work related to ongoing practices, the efficiency review, and it's a capacity concern. And we don't have a specific policy person that works with this area, and so the partnership with the university was suggested. They have significant resources to do this type of research. So we thought it was a good option to bring forward.
Thank you. So what I hear you saying is that we just don't have the staff capacity at this time with the efficiency review and other things that we've undertaken, but at a later date, we possibly could have staff. It's just that right now they are booked with other projects. Is that accurate?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. Here's and I'll just make a comment. In the report, and I can ask administration, we already do many things without pesticides. And I can just give you an example, was spraying for cankerworms in one of the areas in my ward. And there were many residents that they had commented that they had gone to using a different product. So I just want to ask administration, we are already doing this in some fashion, are we not, through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the City of Regina has done a significant amount of work, as we tried to highlight some of that in the supplemental report. We haven't done a good job about talking about the work that we do in the community. So there's one piece. But we do have, if we want to work towards zero pesticide use, there are some things that we certainly can still move forward and continue to do. I keep talking to the screen. I know she can't see that one. Anyways, yes, we already do a significant amount of work. I could ask Mr. Irick if you'd like to highlight some more specific information about the things that we already have in place. I'd also like to mention that the Parks Master Plan also talks about more naturalized spaces in our community, which also supports efficiencies and different ways of doing things as we move forward in the community. But Mr. Irick, would you like to add?
So through you, Mayor Masters, a few things that we've done outside of the herbicide piece. I think you've seen that piece already. We've reduced our reliance on DurSpan. We've actually eliminated it. Illustratively speaking, we eliminated the use of that product in 2015. We're about 10 years ahead of where the PMRA is on that. They're going to do a full ban across the country on that product as of the end of 2023. So we're in good shape there. We're doing a lot more beetle work as well for some of the weeds on that to try to to push our reliance down a little bit on that. In terms of the cankerworm spraying, we've been doing some peer-reviewed thresholds and an establishment on that, and that's been internationally published. We're just trying to really look at things a little bit differently and a little bit more creatively. But hopefully that helps there.
Thank you. I guess a last question I have is connecting with other cities to see what they are doing in regards to the use of pesticides. Is there a way for our staff to reach out to other cities to see what they're doing in order to, and I think obviously, I think that's kind of what I've heard, but to do more without right now committing to the 70,000 because we just don't have the staff capacity in that way to put all forces into it, but at least have our staff reach out and like you're doing kind of piecemealing it as you move forward. Is that something that staff can do?
So that's something through you, Mayor Masters. So that's something we do semi-regularly. Illustratively, we were just in recent contact with Edmonton on some of their practices and how they've changed other mosquito control programs. So you know, and again, we're in good shape even compared to how they're doing it. So it affirms what we're doing. And it doesn't mean that we're not looking for other opportunities. So we're always kind of comparing notes off and on through the years.
Okay. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Mayor. Don't want to repeat things, what was said already, but I was part of the 2012 debate and discussion about what we're talking about here. And I believe the city at that time, or partners, or because I know we were at university, did not engage the community as what this is asked. This asks for to actually engage the community as a whole. We're talking about deeper, we're talking about bylaws, and we did touch base with other jurisdictions. Ontario, Quebec, most small towns are completely. At that time, it was the best practice for the city to lead by example and pick a couple parks that the city did. And it showed that it works. So we have to be upfront to talk to our residents, talk to the businesses. At that time, the businesses, the producers, the residents, no one was, I should say not, but there was no consultation. And I believe for us to make a really good opinion, educated opinion and making a decision is we need to go out to the community, period. You will not see pushback. I mean, this is something, it's been there for a while. It is moving this way. It's a more big issue, the provincial issue as well. So the research has been done. So I believe this is a good step, even the little bit of money that we have here, because it's gonna come to us. It's gonna happen. We've got to do it. We have no choice. And so I believe that we should go with this, and we'll get a report, wholesome report on what we want to see, and then we can debate and make an informed decision on that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fundura. Councillor Zakidniak.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions first. My first one is, if the report returns to executive, I believe it's Q1 of 2023, would this give sufficient time to put a ban in place if desired by the spring of 2023? What would the timeline look like for an actual implementation of a ban? Through the chair.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Masters. I think without actually fully understanding what that would include, it's fairly difficult to say whether or not we could actually implement that in the spring, but we would certainly be taking steps to move that forward, the findings and the decisions of council.
Okay. My next questions, this was brought up by the delegation. I have a question about it as well. So in Appendix 3, page 2, it mentions non-selective weed control, glyphosate, and there's been the chart demonstrates an upward curve since 2017 in its usage. Can I get some more information about why that is? What's occurring there? Through the chair.
Through you, Mayor Masters. Mayor, Mr. Irick, I'll turn that one over to you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, this is a little bit of a concerning trend even for ourselves. We do this particular chart at the end of each year to try to evaluate. And then my counterpart and I kind of compare notes on what's happening, because some of this is his area, some of this is my area, and then we're kind of seeing. We think that what's happening is because of the drought, and it's doing some damage that's out there, and then what is left is nothing but weeds. So that glyphosate is basically something that's going to kill everything. And so we're just trying to clean it up and make it look tidy for the interim. Doesn't mean it's working well, it just means that's what our reality is.
Okay, thank you. And then the next page, page 3, is, you know, a different depiction of glyphosate per area. And then but it looks like in this chart, you know, 2020 had significantly more than 2021. I don't know if you have anything further to add, just based on those figures.
So, through you, Mayor Masters, what we're trying to illustrate there is it's the same amount of product that's being used. We're just trying to show you which particular area it is. So this is kind of our critical look in terms of who's applying it. So if you think of the D1, D2, D3, D4, we've divided the city into 4 maintenance districts. And so just think of those maintenance districts as well as the pest control area, which is kind of the area that comes in and does some of the regulated weeds.
Great, thank you, that's helpful. Okay, well, I just have a few comments. I actually appreciate the supplemental report. I think it contains useful information and outlines a process for how we will get information. I think that's, regardless of what happens with this potential ban, useful for us to have as a municipality. We've heard from residents who have serious health concerns caused by pesticides. And while the city as an organization has reduced our reliance on pesticides, residents currently have no regulations. And as already mentioned, this motion simply asks for a comprehensive report, no ban at this time. And I also think this motion complements well first of all, existing city policy in relation to pesticides, the energy and sustainability framework, and the work that city administration is currently completing on the Parks Master Plan. I think that it certainly makes sense to gather this data. I support it, and I hope that my fellow councillors will also support the compilation of this data. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Councillor Shaw.
Thank you, Mayor Masters. A couple questions here. No, we spoke administration. I just want you to reiterate when Councillor Brasciani talked to you, we just don't have the capacity right now to conduct this, and this is why we're portioning this out to the university and for other things. Am I correct in saying that through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, that is correct.
So if this report goes through, when can we see this being implemented through the chair?
Through you, Mayor Masters. You know, as I indicated with Councillor Zahidniak, depending on what the results and the impacts are of the report and Council's decision, we will, you know, certainly move to implement as soon as possible. Now, certainly, the city, just to add what I had answered earlier, the city can take a leadership role probably sooner rather than certain pieces that we would implement. And so that could probably start, you know, fairly early after decisions of council are made. And then we would certainly need to roll out whatever, you know, the other implications are in the community. But that, again, without actually having a clear knowledge of what that is, it's really hard to say when we would actually finalize that.
Right, and kind of what I was getting at, it's not going to be implemented this year anyways. I question, we have a lot of initiatives going on in the city of Regina. Our taxpayers are paying, you know, we're excited about this efficiency review. We need to start living within our capacity, within our means. Another $70,000 to do a study that we don't even know is going to go through. We are already taking a leadership role in doing this, and we're doing a really great job. I can't support spending $70,000, especially when we don't have the capacity and we're going to have to hire people outside of the city of Regina or outside of the city to conduct this study. This can wait another year or two until we get some other things that we've already okayed and put the initiatives through for the sufficiency review. So thank you. I will not support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stock. Mr. Nicol, you have a comment?
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the benefit of members of council and the public that are tuning into this, I just want to make sure that people understand that if council was to approve this study or research going forward, only at that time when it comes back would council even be looking to consider any potential ban going forward in the future. Some of the language or I think some people might be jumping to the conclusion that should this report come back in Q1 of next year, that the ban would take place. The recommendations from administration may ultimately be that there wouldn't be a ban, or there'd be a partial ban, or maybe it would be a full one. I just want people to understand, as Ms. Bryden was saying, that nothing would be definitive until such time as council has a full report in front of it with recommendations and the implications laid out by administration.
Thank you, Mr. Nicol. Councillor Mancinelli.
Thank you. I hope you allow this question. When this report came forward, we asked for a costing of it before we proceeded, because as everyone's mentioned, it's extra work and there's a cost behind it. How hard was that to assemble an estimate on cost for a motion from a councillor? Was it quite a bit of work?
Through you, Mayor Masters. You know, there's always work involved when you're trying to put a report together for council. And I wouldn't say it was a week of full-time work, but it is a significant amount of work to put together information. But that's also our job, so.
I don't know if this could be an undertaking or not. Please advise me honestly. But there's always a couple-week span between a notice of motion and the time we actually debate and decide whether we should go forward with it. Could you cost out the motions of council to let us know what we're looking at when we start to put our pen to the paper and know what we're asking of administration, of what the residents to pay as a regular basis? I think that's a great piece of information for part of the consideration today. Would it be a problem?
I'm not sure necessarily, Councillor, that it would be a problem, but it goes without saying that it's going to be somewhat subjective, and that may not be helpful for you as members of council to determine. I mean, as Ms. Bryden has appropriately said, if council directs us to do something, we will look at it. We will provide you that information. So to require something like that, I think would require a definitive motion of council that we would be doing that as part of future reports. And I would respectfully suggest that that might require an amendment to the procedure bylaw.
Okay. I just found it to be really good information, and I think it causes a bit of sober second thought. For me personally, in pertinence to this, thinking of the price for the research grad students and to conduct this and come back with some answers on something that administration's done a great job of already in curbing the use of many of these chemicals. With a lack of citizen engagement, I think it's a value for the dollar, so I'll be supporting this. But I think that's great information to help, justify decisions. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Before Councillor Stanachuk closes off debate. In 2012, this was brought before council to ban pesticides. Do we have that correct?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes, I believe that's correct.
And the recommendation from administration at that time was made, what was it?
Through you, Mayor Masters. Mr. Irick, do you want to speak to that?
Through you, Mayor Masters, while I was not directly at the table, I was sort of involved behind the scenes. The best way to describe it is we recognized there was a need to change, and so we started to look at the herbicide reduction strategy. The council of the day declared 3 pesticide-free parks as part of it, and then we started to work on thresholds for some of the park spaces, and it was really focused along the lines of the herbicide program, if you want to call it that. The other pieces we were fairly successful at implementing, but it was more on that sort of framework. Fast forward a few years, we had the tent caterpillar issue in 2017, hence what you see was the original supplementary report as part of this. We heard loud and clear from residents that they wanted to continue to see it, which is why that was put up in the Budget 2.0 exercise of 2017, where that funding was removed from pest control to try to further put more pressure to keep our reliance on herbicides down.
Sorry, I apologize. You confused me there. Residents wanted to see what?
The residents at the committee meeting we were hearing that were coming forward and saying they wanted to see further pesticide reductions. So in the 2017, it was like, okay, well, there was that. Within a week or two, literally, we had then put that forward to permanently reduce the herbicide program within the pest control area by an additional 63,000. So that was part of that conversation then. Council approved it. So that's kind of the state of affairs of how we got to here. This is going to be a continual conversation. You're going to, as a council and your successors, will eventually see this every 10 years. That's kind of my prediction of what you're going to see.
Thank you for that answer. Are you familiar, sir, with what Manitoba is moving to do?
Yes. From what I understand is they went to a ban and now they're trying to walk some of it back a little bit. Not sure how far that's going to go.
Why would they want to walk a ban back?
I think what you're seeing is I think you're seeing a public debate on what's happening. You're wanting to see people that want to see us further reduce on the traditional chemical pesticides. You've got a very strong sort of voice there. You've also got a strong voice where people care about their lawns and that piece, and they want that cosmetic piece. And it's a debate. It's kind of what it is. Some of it's generational. Some of it is in that sense. To be illustrative, when this came, we had 4 service requests come through for it with regard to what was being discussed. 2 were for, 2 were against. So that's kind of the line we're walking here.
Go ahead, Ms. Bratton.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Masters. Just to add to what Mr. Irick is talking about, I think there's two things that we need to think about. And one, well, there's many things we need to think about, but there's two big pieces. And one is the city's use of pesticides and herbicides and things that are within the city's control now and what we do and how we move forward. And then there's the whole enforcement of and regulating the use of pesticides on the public. And I think in Manitoba, from what I understand, is they're walking back that control of the public sector and not necessarily what the municipalities are doing themselves. And part of that could be, and again, I'm not clear on exactly why they're doing that, but part of it could be just on the regulation. I think we'll find as we go through and do our research that the regulation of the use of pesticides on private property will be a difficult task. And that could be part of the reason they're walking things back.
So I guess my question is, we're gonna spend $70,000 for a 50-50 split on something that's impossible to enforce in the public domain. I'm sorry, in the private domain.
Through you, Mayor Masters.
Go ahead, Mr. Nicol.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, administration's not here to enter into the debate, but that would be something that would be clearly outlined in the implication section of any report that comes back, because it is going to be very difficult, or it's going to be contentious when you have private bans with neighbors, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, I'm just reading, for example, what's going on in Manitoba with the legislation, where they were looking to rescind the ban on pesticides on private lawns, largely because they feel that it was a little overreaching, and now they're saying as long as they're approved by Health Canada, they are appropriate. And that would be part of the public engagement that would be undertaken as this, as Mr. Irick said. There's a wide range of opinion on this.
Who regulates the sale of pesticides?
I would ask Mr. Irick. I'm guessing the federal government has something to do with that.
Through your Mayor Masters, the federal government regulates what pesticides can be used and how the manufacturers sell it.
So we can't ban the sale of pesticides. Mr. Wary?
We would have to look at that as part of the scope of the ban. I think what I've seen with bylaws that restrict it, it's really focused on the use of the pesticide. And then there's certain exceptions that are usually included within. There's a general ban, there's a definition of what the banned pesticide is, then there are a list of exceptions where it is allowed, but it's usually focused on use and less on sale of pesticides. I think Mr. Irick is right. We'd have to do some more research on that, but I think that would be federally and potentially provincially regulated, the sale and distribution of pesticides.
Ms. Bryden, your understanding of the report that's been asked of you is that we're going to invest 3/4 worth of time, equaling $70,000, some hard cost, some our own employee time, to come back with a report on A, whether the city itself should ban its own use of pesticide when it's clear. We continue to actually work very hard on that in terms of reduction. But you're going to come back with a report on banning the public's use and the implications of that, recognizing now, based upon the current example of Manitoba in the last 2 months, it's incredibly difficult to enforce. Is that your understanding of the report?
Through you, Mayor Masters, yes.
Well, I'm not going to support the motion, and I'm just going to apologize to administration in advance. Councillor Stadenchuk, close off debate, please. You can ask your questions now.
Through the mayor,
I apologize, Councillor Stanicek. I do need you to make a friendly amendment to the main motion that the timing of the report is to come back, if approved, is Q1 of 2023. You're good with that friendly amendment?
Yes, I am.
And who
Yes.
seconded? Councillor Skidniak, you're fine with that friendly amendment? Thank you very much. Councillor Stanicek, go ahead with your question.
Okay, so through the chair, a question regarding the proposed research with the University of Regina. I don't want to go into a lot of the details, but I'm wondering if there is a misunderstanding of what cosmetic use of pesticides is and what would be included, because all of the alternative approaches to pest control, the examples are always integrated pest management. And so I am wondering if it is clear what cosmetic pesticides use are and what would be included in this research.
Through you, Mayor Masters, Mr. Irick.
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think what you're asking, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you want to know if we understand what integrated pest management is, and then are we doing it?
No, sorry. I'm just not clear why only integrated pest management is the only example given to alternative approaches, and why only pest control is listed as part of the research. So we're not talking about herbicides, fungicides, and a number of other cosmetic pesticides. So I just want to be clear that the scope of the research is not going to just focus on pests.
No, through you, Mayor Masters, no. The idea is to look at best practice in terms of on how we're approaching things. So integrated pest management is monitoring, cultural controls, mechanical controls. Then we get to the chemical or the biologicals and those sorts. So it's kind of ensuring that we are there, and then that the chemical controls would be the last resort for whatever reason. Emerald ash borer, right?
Okay, right. Okay, thank you. Through the mayor, another question regarding the price tag. I am not clear what the market research would be, and it is a pricey part of this project. I don't want to I want to kind of leave it in the hands of administration to determine what they think the scope, if all of the scope needs to be done. But is that an absolute necessary part of this research? Could it be eliminated from this project and reduce the cost therefore?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I think it's actually a big part of the research that would need to be done in our community to get a clear understanding of what the expectations are in the community. In terms of the work that's been outlined, Ms. Svensson, speak to that.
Through you, Mayor Masters. We do have a couple different pieces there. So we do have the market research side where we are looking to do this statistically valid sort of snapshot, the overall sentiment of the public. So that's that kind of omnibus piece where we would ask several different questions about different topics to the general public and get a high level sentiment of where are people at throughout the entire community that's statistically valid. The focus group idea was about digging into some questions into greater detail with both residents and stakeholders, so we can ask further questions, we can probe, we can understand concerns. When we talk about the public education portion, where are there misunderstandings, myths? Do people understand the impacts of pesticides or options for alternatives, those kinds of things? And then the public engagement piece is where we do the broad public engagement so that if anybody wants to have their say and provide input into the decision making, that they have the opportunity to do so. And when we have that amount of about $5,000 there, that's to promote this survey so that people have an awareness of the opportunity to engage. So that's where those options are coming in. Could we adjust that plan and reduce some of it? Yes, we could. I would say up to that amount, but we can kind of refine that. But I think I do agree that if this is a big impact on the public and behaviors. And so that's why we suggested doing that research and that public engagement.
Okay. This might be a question for Mr. Eric through the chair. When we talk about cosmetic pesticide bans, I just want to know if you can explain, does that mean you don't use any products whatsoever for weed control or pest control?
Through you, Mayor Masters, that's kind of a matter of degree in a sense. It's how far do you want to go with it? You can ban everything. You can ban a particular product. That's why you see Ontario has standardized it and taken it away from the municipalities and said, these are the rules for everyone. So it's a matter of degree and choice.
Right. And through the chair, when did Ontario introduce its provincial legislation to ban cosmetic pesticides?
Through you, Mayor Masters, I don't know that answer off the top of my head.
Okay, I have no further questions, but I do want to make a couple of comments. One is, I think it's really important to point out that Quebec was the first province to ban cosmetic pesticides. They did that in 2003. Ontario, 2008. That legislation has been in place. Now, it does not mean that there's no weed control or there's no pest control in those two provinces. A number of provinces have banned specific pesticides, and there are other provinces that have a list of allowable products that can be used. In Ontario, they have 75 ingredients that are allowable and authorized for use on lawns, shrubs, etc. So it is not, it means eliminating the most harmful and carcinogenic products that are out there, but it doesn't mean that we eliminate any ways of controlling weeds or beautifying our lawns. You go to Ontario and they have 4,925 yard and lawn care companies. They offer weed control, but they cannot use prohibited pesticides or herbicides. But they still offer weed control with more natural kinds of products or non-toxic products. And they also do alternative plant care such as aerating, suggesting that you mow your grass a little bit higher. They have a number of alternative ways of gardening that are promoted by yard and lawn care companies in Ontario. The city of Montreal, even though the province of Quebec has a pesticide ban, in the fall, the city of Montreal went even further than the province, unlike Ontario, where I think that the province kind of supersedes. But the city of Montreal is banning 100 different products, and they're promoting you can go to their website, and they have pesticide-free gardening, 12 principles on how to do it. That's on the city website, alternative ways of green gardening. Martha's Vineyard, which is an elite place for the rich and famous to go, they have a golf course that's an organic golf course because there's been a high incident of cancer among golfers.
Councillor Stanachek, you're at 5 minutes, so if you're going to wrap,
Okay.
you got 10 seconds.
So I am saying that this is the way that a lot of people are going. We have 3/4 of the country covered by pesticide bans.
Councillor Stanachek,
Natural ways of gardening is the way that we can be going.
Thank you. We're going to call the vote now.
Please support it.
Thank you, City Clerk. Please call the vote. Counselor oh, you got it? Good.
Oh, if he's on there, he's good. Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 7-3 with the following members voting in favor as follows. Councilors Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, LeBlanc, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, and Mole. And the following voting against are Councilors Bresciani, Shaw, and Mayor Masters, and of course, Councilor Hawkins is temporarily away from the meeting.
The next item on the agenda is from Executive Committee. We'll consider item CR 22-48, the appointment for the Accessibility Advisory Committee. I would ask Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, can you please introduce the report?
Thank you. So this report recommends the appointment of Sarah Turnbull to the Accessibility Advisory Committee, and Executive Committee seeks concurrence.
Thanks very much. Can we have a seconder on this? Thank you, Councillor LeBlanc. Any questions or remarks from council? Seeing none, Councillor Zakidniak, did you want to close off any debate? Thank you. Clerk, please call the vote. Councillor Mancinelli, technical difficulties. Would you like to register your recorded vote?
Yeah.
In favor? Okay. The
Yes.
thumbs up is in favor? Okay.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much to the clerks. As opened at the beginning, CR 22-49 is tabled. We are going on to bylaws and related reports. We'll consider item CR 22-50, the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2022 and the Education Property Tax Bylaw 2022. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, could I ask that you please introduce the report?
Thank you. This report seeks to set property tax bylaws. The provincial education property tax rates are set by the Government of Saskatchewan and typically with the provincial budget. Executive Committee seeks concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. Can I get a seconder on the motion? Thank you, Councillor Mancinelli. Any comments or questions from council? Seeing none, Councillor Zakidniak, did you want to close off debate?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously, with all members voting in favor.
Thank you. To that end, we'll consider bylaws 2022-25, the Regina Property Tax Bylaw 2022, and 2022-26, the Education Property Tax Bylaw for 2022. I'll turn it over to Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak to do the first reading of the bylaw.
I move, seconded by Councillor LeBlanc, that bylaws 2022-25 and 2022-26 be introduced and read a first time.
Thank you. Clerks, could you please call the vote? Councillor Mole, are you on the line? Oh, there we got it. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Masters, first reading carries unanimously.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakidniak, could you please do the second reading of the bylaw?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaws 2022-25 and 2022-26 be read a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Zakidniak. I'll ask any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, clerk, could you please start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, second reading carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Acting Deputy Mayor, can you please do consent for third reading at this meeting?
I move, seconded by Councillor Mole, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-25 and 2022-26 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading passes unanimously as required by law, with all members voting in favor.
Thank you very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakinak, can you please do the final reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stadnichuk, that bylaws 2022-25 and 2022-26 be read a third time.
Clerks, please start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the final reading carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Excellent. Thank you very much to the clerks. We'll now consider the following bylaws, 2022-14-18-27. I'll turn it over to Acting Deputy Mayor Zakinak to do the first reading of the bylaws.
I move, seconded by Councillor Hawkins, that bylaws 2022-14, 2022-18, and 2022-27 be introduced and read a first time.
Clerks, could you please start the vote?
Through you, Mayor Masters, first reading carries unanimously with all members voting in favor.
Thanks very much. Acting Deputy Mayor Zakinak, could you please do second reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaws 2022-20 and 2022-21, that's not accurate. Those are different numbers. There's a typo here. So it should be 2022-14, 2022-18, and 2022-27, right? Be read a second time.
Thanks very much, Councillor Zakinak. Does any member of council have any questions? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
I don't think we have Councillor Hawkins' vote. Okay. Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries unanimously with all members of council voting in favor for second reading.
Acting Deputy Mayor Zakinak, could you please do consent for third reading of the bylaws?
I move, seconded by Councillor Brasciani, that council hereby consent to bylaws 2022-14, 2022-18, and 2022-27 going to third reading at this meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Zakinak. I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, consent for third reading carries unanimously as required by law with all members voting in favor.
Excellent. To that end, Acting Deputy Mayor Zakinak, can I have you do the final reading of the bylaws, please?
I move, seconded by Councillor Findura, that bylaws 2022-14, 2022-18, and 2022-27 be read a third time.
I'll ask the clerk to start the vote.
Through you, Mayor Masters, the motion carries 10-0 with Councillor Brasciani away from the meeting.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hawkins, can we get a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Findura. I'll call the question. Any opposed? Seeing none, carried. Thanks very much, Council, for sticking that out so we could finish the agenda today, and thanks to administration for staying till 6:40. Have a good evening.